Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's Online Darts Live League action. We have Group C beginning this morning after Martin Adams won Group A. 3 of the players from Group A have joined us again this morning and will do so again on Friday. But first and foremost, we have to welcome 2 new players to this week's action. To Phase 2, let us welcome Matthew Dennant and Jamie Keling. 2 swift players. And this man, Jamie Keling from Andover, very similarly to Aaron Monk, who failed to win a Group A for the first time yesterday, is 31 years of age and from the same town. Matthew Dennant, though, a couple of years younger, from the West Midlands, nicknamed the Scholar. They both have Live League experience from 2021, so it's good to have them back. But maybe this week could signal their best chance of success. Neither have picked up a weekly title. So with a fresh group comes new hope. Well, on my way into the studio this morning, Sports Radio was playing a lot of Yellow Submarine by the Beatles because of the fact that Villarreal were wearing a lot of yellow last night in beating Manchester United in a thrilling Europa League final. Well, this guy is actually nicknamed the Yellow Submarine. So is that a bit of an omen? All games best of 7 legs. That will continue. And in Group C, things are a little different in Phase 2. That difference is not 2 people come through this group to go into the weekly finals, but now it is 3. So you have to be in the top half of this table on Friday afternoon to make your way to the finals alongside Martin Adams. It will remain 2 players for tonight's Group B and, of course, tomorrow night's Group B action. We'll get more into that as time progresses. Now, Jamie Keling doesn't have to go for the bullseye here. But very similar to a lot of people this week, he decides to do it anyway. Single 9 for double 8 to take the first leg of the day. Not quite. And with the way this leg has gone so far, you wouldn't expect this to go. It's not going to. So maybe just a first leg sighter here for Matthew Dennant, as Jamie Keling takes it in 19 darts. A tidy start with the throw, and the tall man from Andover, who is a very, very good player, I might add, has got the jump here. They thought he was going to be a big star when he was part of the new kids on the Ocky some 15 years ago. But life got in the way. But now Jamie Keling is back in the mix a little bit. Who's to say that he won't find a spell of form that will put him in the reckoning, maybe for a tour card next year. That's something that Matthew Dennant really wants back. Those regular appearances on the Pro Tour. But for now, what he's trying to do with this vehicle is getting consistent competitive form. He's someone who has won on the Challenge Tour before. I'm sure he may do later in the year. And for me, when the Challenge Tour does return, the players in these fields are going to have the upper hand because they will have had competitive action that other people haven't had. Something that these players will not be used to in this playing arena is not having to say their scores anymore. This is their first exposure to having a referee here. And we saw on Monday what that did for the likes of Kevin Burness, Martin Adams, Richie Burnett, Robert Thornton and the rest. The averages and the overall performance on Monday was better than any day we've had. This is important to get some foundation in this match. He just misses out on that 60. He'll be hoping Jamie has the same problem. He does have the same problem. Not quite the same numbers as Matt got with his first 2 darts of the previous visit. Dennant takes an early shot at tops, and that could be a nice little settler there for Matt Dennant. Not just his first leg win, but in previous weeks here at the Online Darts Live League, he really has struggled to find doubles early, so that will settle him down. We have a very interesting day ahead for you. And if you are a darts fan today and tomorrow, I'm not really sure you could ask for more. You've got Online Darts Live League action this morning and tomorrow morning. You've got more action from us tonight and tomorrow night, not to mention on Saturday night. But you've got Premier League action tonight, the final phase of the league, and then you've got the playoffs tomorrow night. So if you're a darts fan this week, it's a great time to be alive. You couldn't possibly ask for more. Some breaking news this morning. A partnership between Motorsports Management and Modern Amateur Darts. And of course the Online Darts Live League. They've all got their heads together to give you at home the chance of getting your way into this arena to play. For more information on that, please follow the Modern Amateur Darts social channels. And the press release was snapshotted on my Twitter this morning at the Asset 180 if you want to know the general spiel about that. But the thought of maybe someone qualifying to get here now, that opens up the possibility of anybody playing here. We have been focusing on British-based semi-professionals for your entertainment over the last 2 or 3 months. Because of COVID restrictions, we haven't been able to broaden that scope to Europe and the rest of the world. But we're trying to open things up a little bit more for you, as players and as fans. Tops for Dennant. And this time he misses 1 high and 1 low. But he is starting to score a little bit heavier. So for the first break of throw in this match, and for the day, 5-5. Very central shot at 5-5, and the experienced Matt Dennant, he may be the younger of the two, but arguably you have to say he has the more competitive experience, and he has the break of throw. 2-1 up now, looking very good. It's at this point of the day where I like to look at the previous efforts of these players and see what win percentage they have. It's a stat I really like because it gives us a general indication of what their form is in the last few months. We can talk about head-to-head records from previous seasons and even decades ago in the case of Richie Burnett and Martin Adams yesterday. But if we look at their win percentage as it stands this year, it gives us a really good indication of where they're at. Now, of the 6 players today, the lowest win percentage comes from Diogo Portela, who plays next against Kevin Burness. As for these two, Matthew Dennant's win percentage is 45.61. He's played 31 matches, winning 14, losing 17. Jamie Keling has a win percentage better at 52.78. He's not going to go for the 167, is the scholar. Very educated stuff there from Matt. And superbly left after 12 darts. So to back up that break of throw, this would be really, really good. Double 14. Doesn't matter how you get it, as long as you get it. And unfortunately, Matt, we can only credit you with hitting 1 of 2 shots at double there. You don't get any extra credit in this game for hitting 2 doubles, albeit one of them accidentally. 3-1. I'll be really fascinated to see the response here from Jamie Keling, who has had some excellent form in the live league this year. One day in particular, back in week 2, where he played on a Friday as a substitute for Jamie Caven, who had to withdraw through injury, and he won all of his games that day. A spectacular display off the bench.
58.
But overall, I mentioned his win percentage of just over 52%, which is very decent. Winning 19 games from 36. His overall average is around 84, which wouldn't have cut the mustard in Group A, that's for sure. But in this group, he's got every chance, especially with 3 people going through it to the finals. His best average that he has put in is 98.5. And that gives us an indication of what level they can attain right now as well. Now, if you look at Matt Dennant, who in the Challenge Tour has a personal best average in the 110s, his best average he's put in this year here is 98.66. So there is
95.
Another level to find.
Jamie, you require 96.
81 left with 2. Now this time, Matt Dennant, who
44.
chose not to go for the 167 last time out, has to go for it this time if he gets the 60, which he doesn't.
97.
He almost gets the exact same approach.
Jamie, you require 52.
So if this doesn't go, Kelling's in trouble of losing this match.
Game show on the
He's still in trouble
Jamie
of losing this match, but he has just got the first leg of 3 that he needs to steal it from 3-1 down. We have seen that this week. We have actually seen someone come back from 3-0 down.
Throw first. Game on.
Yes, that was Aaron Monk. He was 3-0 up against Robert Thornton and lost 4-3. It's one of those times where you just get out of Aaron's way and let him have 5 minutes. But after we've had our 15 matches today, all best of 7 of course,
59.
we will have tonight's session where 10 more games will take place from 10 o'clock. Slight change in the schedule
60.
from Phase 1, where it started at 9:30. We start at 10 o'clock now, because we are now going live not just on the Online Darts YouTube channel, but on Sporty Stuff TV, which is available on Freeview
63.
and, of course, on your Skybox in the UK. If you're tuning in from overseas, stick with YouTube.
140.
You may be tuning in this morning via your favourite bookmaker's streaming site as well. And if you are having a bit of a gamble today, please gamble responsibly.
66.
Over 18s only. And begambleaware.org for more information.
140.
This game is on the cusp of being won by the shorter of the 2 men. Being short in stature in darts
60.
means absolutely nothing when it comes to form. Just look at some of the greats of the game in Taylor and Jockey Wilson. They were about, or they are about, Matt's height.
40.
Look at Robert Thornton as well. He's not the tallest. He's one of the all-time greats. It's a great visit from Keling.
Matt, you require 80.
But it's too much darts.
70.
This time he misses double five.
Jamie, you require 130.
Things will change if this is hit, because Keling has the darts in the last leg if we get there. He gets a shot at tops to save the match.
93.
Not meant to be
Matt,
on
you
that
require
occasion.
10.
No hesitation in going for double five. And his fourth match dart
6.
also misses. He has previous experience of missing multiple
Jamie,
match
you
darts
require 20.
and then losing the game. Oh, right in the corner.
Sick flag. Jamie
I think
Keling.
our referee had to look at that at least 3 times just to make sure it was on the right side of the wire. It is in, and the very first match of the day is going to the hill with Keling throwing first.
7th and final leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Averages are almost identical, right on the 80 mark.
40.
I suppose that's the kind of standard we've gotten used to in early matches, but over the course of the last 3 days we've been spoilt.
40.
The very first match of the week, Kevin Burness against Martin Adams. Adams won with a 96 average. That was a hot start.
134.
And Group A was decided in the 45th game of the group, the very last match. Aaron Monk had to win it to get through.
40.
He did not win it. And as a result, James Richardson got second spot in the table. They will do battle again tonight
58.
as they are joined by Scott Marsh, Colin Monk and Chaz Barstow. So tonight, headlining, with all due respect to all of the other matches, it will be Monk versus Monk. It's a game I've never seen before. I'm sure they've played each other in local
57.
competitions, but this will be the first time it will have been streamed. It's a family affair.
59.
Keling gets himself a dart in front in this deciding leg.
59.
Not getting to a finish after 12 is an error, but we can't forgive that because they're under more pressure than, say, the players were on Monday when they knew they had 3 days of competition. Only 2 days for this group, of course.
Correct.
Only 10 games to play and not 15. So that
40.
magnifies the amount of importance that is on every single game. Dennant has played in every available group in Phase
45.
1. He played a Group A, he played a Group C, he played a Group B. So he knows the intricacies of every single one.
36. Matt, you require 160.
Jamie will want to forget his last 6 darts. But Matt might remember this.
140.
And that's a 5th
Jamie,
match
you
dart
require
gone.
134.
He will think he's getting another. He might not, though. Oh, how many times do the
Matt, you
players get the
require
treble
20.
after missing the tops on dart 1? 6th match dart, and it's too close. Has to move. That one is just as close.
No score.
He will not believe that his 6th,
Jamie, you
7th,
require
and 8th
32.
match darts have all gone on the wrong side of the wire. And with
shot
match
out of
start
the
number
match,
3 for Jamie Keling, it's JK that gets the points. I think both players recognise just how close and how edgy that first match was. But it is Jamie Keling, the Yellow Submarine, does what Villarreal did last night, and he gets it at the death. So we go into the next match. Kevin Burness plays his 4th consecutive morning, and he's up against Diogo Portela. You can see the statistics from our first match there. We will bring that to you at the end of every match. But there's no joke telling here, Diogo. It's all about the darts. Hello and welcome back to our online darts live league action. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, bringing you all of the 15 games today. One down. We've already gone to a 7th leg decider in the first one. What will we get from Diogo Portela and Kevin Burness in game 2? Nice to see Diogo back. Looks a little different to the last time we saw him. Hair looks a little shorter. The beard is shaved off. And he has moved to a different part of the UK now. But it's good to see another nation represented here at the Online Darts Live League. We've had quite a few represented already. Northern Ireland in the shape of Kevin Burness. England with plenty of players like James Richardson, Monk and Martin Adams. Scotland with Robert Thornton, and Wales with Richie Burnett. But this international clash could be very interesting.
Okay, first leg, it's Diogo to throw first.
If Diogo can get a good start, he could do anything in this group. He's been trying to keep himself in good darts nick over the last couple of months. He did play
57.
Some live league action. Played 10 matches in Phase 1. Won 3 of them.
125.
Had a high average of 90.46, but an overall average of about 81. So I think he will recognise that he will have to up that kind of form if he is to progress through this group
43.
into the finals on Saturday. As for Kevin Burness this week, fairly up and down, really. He picked up 6 points on Monday. That was good enough for second position. He had a bad Tuesday, only picked up 1 win. But then yesterday, he reverted to type, went back to get another 6 points. But at times, he has played
60.
Absolutely superbly. Particularly on Monday, when he registered the second biggest average we've seen in live league action.
140.
Both this year and last year. 117.2. So that's 2 players now who have beaten Boris Koltsov's record from last year.
96.
It still stands at just a shade over 118 for Jason Askew. And if someone's going to beat that, they really will have had a game. But a running average for the week for Burness of 90.83. A high check out of 161. And around about 39% in his doubles. I think that's very steady.
151.
He will be a definitive favourite here for me against Diogo, because his stats read better.
38.
It tells me his form is better.
Diogo,
And of course, he'll be well sharpened up after playing the last 3 days. Early chance for Diogo to hold. And it's still on. No longer.
79. Kevin, you require 130.
I think Kevin realises that this number should be smaller. Treble 19 for double 18 should be the shot.
99. Diogo, you
That is a
require
very
66.
curious leave. I like that way for 66. Gives you lots of options. Double 16 on the end of it.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that will make him
Diogo
feel
Portela.
very, very good. He worked really hard to get that hold of throw. Throughout the first courses of that first leg, Kevin Burness was the favourite, but he wasn't able to put it away. Wasn't able to get a shot at a double even.
Game on. .58.
And looking at the win percentages of the players this morning, overall in 2021, I think the 68.75 of Burness, which is the biggest win percentage in this group,
76.
I think that says that 2021 is giving us a more consistent Kevin Burness than we've seen previously.
100.
Amateur action, in professional action. I think he's gained a bit of confidence from playing in this year. And why wouldn't he have? Because he picked up 2 weekly titles.
42.
But with Diogo, maybe he's on a path to searching for confidence. It's not something you can just find and have.
60.
It's very elusive, that word confidence. It's a feeling, a bit like love, you just can't describe it. It's something that you can gain over time by incrementally
60.
doing things right and getting results. And that is the path he is on. He is someone,
99.
Diogo, that constantly looks for inspiration. He's had a bit of a tough week or so because he lost his uncle Ricardo very recently. You may notice a black armband on his left sleeve. That's for his uncle. He was very close to him.
43.
And in speaking about him this morning to me, he was quite emotional. So everybody here at the Online Darts Live League and all of our partners
100.
send our condolences to Diogo and his entire family. It must be extremely difficult in times like this where he is separated by an entire ocean from his family.
43. Kevin, you require 84.
But this leg seems to be going the way of Iron Man.
44.
Striding towards a guaranteed shot at a double, which he didn't get in leg one. And if there is a strength in the Burness game,
95. Kevin,
it is
you
hitting
require
this
40.
double on the end of combinations. Double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
Very,
Kevin
very
Burnett.
good. He has a good rhythm, Burness, when he gets going. Just try and keep up with that metronomic attitude towards throwing a dart. Combinations are very good, but when you've got 3 darts at a double,
Third leg,
you
it's
have to take them, and he has.
throw
1-1.
first. Game on.
Just wonder how the likes of Richie Burnett and Robert Thornton and Burness,
94.
who have played 3 days already this week, how they will perform against 3 different players today.
45.
Will they stay hot? Because let's face it, that Group A was ridiculously close. It was the best group we've seen in the last 10 weeks.
134.
Or will they come down a peg? I just wonder. We may get more information
135.
through this match and, of course, the next match, which will see the 9th meeting this year of Burnett and Thornton. Fast becoming the best rivalry in the Online Darts Live
137.
League. have to stay tuned for that one in game 3.
80.
But I think it's
Diogo,
fair to
you
say that
require
Burness is not at his
136.
premium level in this match yet. Diogo is playing better in this leg than any other. Leaving 136 after 9 is the proof of that.
69.
Not ideal, that leave, but not the end of the world. At least he's under 70, which means he has 2 singles to a double.
140. Diogo, you require 67.
If indeed he misses the 51. Double 16 for a 2-1 lead then.
51.
And a chance for Burness
Kevin, you require
to
101.
get a valuable break of throw, because not having the darts in this match, he does need one at some point.
49.
You can see the disappointment
Diogo,
after
you
not getting
require
a shot at a
60.
double from that spot. Anybody at this level will be disappointed not getting a shot at double from 101.
Game
But
show.
Diogo finds the bottom corner of the double 8, and he's back in front at 2-1. This one following a bit of a pattern. All going on throw so far, so we pass it over to Kevin Burness now. The pressure's on him to hold once more.
First. Game on.
And if he doesn't, advantage Portela.
99.
One of the best dart shirts out there is this man's right here. Great creation, really sharp graphics, and a massive homage to his home country.
121.
And there's nothing wrong with being proud of where you're from.
95.
I've only ever seen him in the yellow shirt, though. I had a conversation with someone a few days ago about the fact that dart players should always have a home and away shirt.
100.
The rule of not being able to wear the same shirt or the same coloured shirt as your opponent, that seems to have gone by the last few years. I think
99.
that rule should return based on the conversation I had with somebody else. And as a result, Diogo should have the blue shirt with the yellow trim, which I think would be really, really nice. So I know you like to watch these matches back,
81.
Diogo, so get a blue one.
$140.
Superb visit from Burness there. No 180s in this match so far.
139.
But
Kevin, you
that's
require
very, very
68.
close to being perfect, that visit from Diogo. Double 4 is a big shot.
Game show on the 4th leg. Kevin Burnett.
And I mentioned the combination prowess of Burness. When you have seen what we've seen this week and previously from him in Phase 1, you get to notice the patterns. Combinations have got him to 2-2.
Game on.
His average is vastly better than Diogo's by about 7 points.
81.
Doubles percentages in this game are very good. 50% for Diogo, 67 for Burness.
36.
Just looking at the flights of Diogo Portela, it looks like they're a camouflage. If they're camouflage, I shouldn't be able to see them. So there's an idea for a darting product.
122.
A flight that is there, but you can't see it. The invisible flight. Well, we do see from the likes of José de Sousa, someone who speaks the same language as Diogo. He uses transparent plastic flights. So if you don't want to see a big red flight, for instance, like Kevin's got here, then use the see-through ones. But that's the first maximum. And this might be the time where Kevin Burness is starting to kick forward. I said last night, the way he played at the back end of Wednesday's play, that he would be one of the favourites to get through this group. I think he's one of the players that just needs to keep playing. He is on the cusp of finding something, in my opinion. You don't average 117.2 and not have a bit of confidence. For me, that's the best he's ever played.
58.
And it looked that good as well. Sometimes it doesn't come across that way, but this is a really good performance from Kevin Burness. The outstanding statistic from this match so far is the doubles. He is currently 3 shots from 4, so 75% on his doubles, and he is only 1 leg away from an early victory.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
The average has gone up as well to 91. This is more reminiscent of what we saw from Burness on Monday.
180.
And he's the only one scoring maximums. If he can stay at this level of play all day long, he will get through this group tomorrow. It will happen.
61.
We saw one player only on Monday average under 90 for the day, and it was only by the smallest margin. That was Richie Burnett.
92.
But predominantly, when someone averages over 90 for a group, they get through. Unless we have
59.
one of those crazy groups that we sometimes see. But I think with the talent we have in this group, if someone stays around Kevin's average in this match of 93,
58.
I think that's the standard. Around 16 to 17 darts per leg. That will give you a lot of chances to win matches.
45.
Well, that's what you call a good 45. Just maybe a lack of sharpness for the Brazilian at the start of play today. And it's Kevin Burness who's looking to bank the first 2 points of his campaign in Group C.
Correct.
81 left, confirmed by a referee, Owen Binks, and that is now a guaranteed 3 darts at double 12 when he comes back. For all results coming in, please follow @Darts Live League on Twitter
90.
and, of course, their other social channels.
24.
But this result is almost booked.
Game,
And it is
match.
superb doubling from Kevin Burness. An absolute clinic on the outer ring. And for me, I think that was very reminiscent of what he did on Monday when he banked that huge average. We'll have a little look at the statistics here, and I'm absolutely right. 80% you see on the doubles there. 4 shots hit from 5 attempts. The average isn't quite at 117, but 91.88 will definitely do. Improvement needed from the Brazilian going forward. But we've had plenty of these guys this week, and we will never get sick of it. So bring them back on. It's Robert Thornton and Richie Burnett. Welcome to Game 3 of today's Group C action, and these players have more experience than most when it comes to playing online darts live league action against themselves, or indeed against their fellow opponent here. This is something they're very, very used to. This is their 9th meeting this year. They've been dueling every day since Saturday, apart from Sunday, of course, where there's no action. So the day of rest, I'm sure, was needed after the Sporty Stuff TV trophy was taken by Richie Burnett. That seems like a long time ago. Since then, Richie Burnett has won a daily title on Tuesday, but either side of that didn't do well enough to get himself in the top half of Group A. That's why he's playing in this time slot and not starting tonight. But that ensures that we get another match between Richie and Robert. So this week, Robert Thornton has averaged 89.94, 37.39 on his doubles. High check out of 147.
100.
And he has won 12 points. So played 15 and won 6 games and lost more games than he has won, which is quite surprising. But now that he has the second chance to make the finals in making the top half of this group, maybe it's time for Robert to click into a better gear.
140.
And with the amount of times these guys have played each other, they are very comfortable with the rhythm.
100. Richie, you require 161.
We have seen this checkout this week already from Kevin Burness. We could see it from Richie.
136.
We saw a belter last night from Peter Wright.
Robert, you require
what a 161 that was against Clayton. But this is a ton. We saw this from Van Gerwen last night. Oh, he thought that was in. Back you go.
90.
And he goes to 10 points,
Richie,
not to 0.
Require 25.
Double 8 for the first leg hold.
Game
Good
shot
standard in that first leg.
Burnett.
And you're just seeing a bit of sharpness from both of the players there. I expect to see that sharpness and a little bit of freshness, of course, because they've had plenty of rest overnight. I think they should use that and try and get these 2 points because they could be vital.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
5 matches to play today. And, of course, only 2 days in this group, not 3.
81.
Means that a slightly truncated format compared to what they've done this week means that every match means even more. This week, Burnett has averaged 88.05. He was one of the lowest averages in that Group A. But his doubles percentage was allowing him to cling on to hope of getting through the group until yesterday.
45.
Unfortunately for him, his doubles percentage yesterday was way down, and it brought his overall weekly percentage to 36%.
59.
He played 15 games and won 7, so 1 more than Robert. And had a best average of the week so far. I'm quite surprised by this stat. His best average of the week is 93.54. When I checked that over again, I was quite surprised that it wasn't higher than that.
121.
Because at times, Richie has played some stellar stuff.
$60.
Richie got 4 points on Monday. Won the table on Tuesday with 8. And then only 2 yesterday. So it's been a bit of a strange week for him.
121.
He looked yesterday night, or yesterday afternoon, sorry, that he was in a bit of discomfort. That might have something to do with
81.
the accentuated follow-through of his darts sometimes.
142.
Yeah, I thought he might have tweaked something, but he looks a bit more sprightly today.
100. Robert, you
Solid
require
ton.
111.
Puts the pressure on Robert on this Nelson checkout. Tops it is. Oh, and he's
81.
gone and knocked on next door's
Richie, you require 42.
door. They were home, but he knocked on the wrong door. Was he going for the double 18 leave? Oh, and he's gone next door. Well, well, well.
Robert, you require 30.
Get a new sat-nav, lads. Double 4. Oh, and he's gone next door again. And he's bust the whole thing. It doesn't really
Richie,
take anything away from the fact that he's still left a double. But 3 times in a row, we've seen these players go next door. I don't think I've ever seen that happen.
No score.
Richie does the right thing,
Robert,
seeing
you
as he was
require
left on an
30.
odd number with 1 dart left. 10 double 10. And early problems on the doubles here. We didn't see any issues with sharpness in the first
Richie, you
leg,
require 28.
but this leg is the epitome of attritional.
$14.
Who wants it? Now, of the 2 players,
Robert,
who are
you
both
require
now smiling,
20.
I think the biggest mischance here would be for Burnett, because it would be for a break. But he's still got the chance. Somebody
you
has put the
require
goalkeeper
14.
in on the outer ring. That's a horrible marker. Absolutely horrible marker. That blocked everything for him.
10.
Come on, Robert.
Robert,
Please
you
get this done in
require
under
10.
30 darts. And he hasn't.
5.
It's Richie's opportunity now. I've seen them
Richie,
over
you
the course of the
require
last week
4.
or so get multiple legs done in this many darts.
Game shown the
And it's
second
won.
leg. Richie Burnett.
I can't believe I'm about to say this. He's won it in 28. I have seen someone convert 2 legs this week in 25. So, get your socks
Third leg, it's
pulled up like
Richie
Michael
to
Van
throw
Gerwen,
first.
guys. Time to get
Game
back
on.
on the hockey with a 2-0 lead to Richie Burnett. Well, so far in this match,
95.
it is the worst statistically of the games they've played, because they've had some belters. They really have.
140.
This week, though, Robert Thornton was defeated on Monday and Tuesday and got his first win in 5 matches against Richie Burnett yesterday by 4 legs to 1.
180.
That's better right there. Robert's going to get one too. Watch.
180.
There you have it. You can just sense it. Maybe the pressure's been lifted after that last leg. Does funny things to you when you have like a leg like that.
100.
Now
60.
Robert has left 1-2-1
Richie,
after
you
9.
require 126.
And he might still lose this leg. This is a tricky shot. Might have to be the top left corner. Yeah, the flight was in the way. But that's the 26. That's the bright side. 60 to leave tops.
46. Robert, you require
This is
121.
Robert's favourite checkout, I think. Not on this occasion.
89. Richie, you require 80.
I've seen multiple players this week go tops with 3 in hand with this one, but Richie's not like that. Double top.
Game shown the
Really
third
good
leg.
find.
Richie Burnett.
There was a little noise on the way through when that dart had just about connected with the tops. It flicked the flight, but it had enough purchase on it to give himself
Flag
a
it to Robert to throw
3-0
first.
lead.
Game on.
Very wide-eyed there
180.
was Robert Thornton, as if to say, where have you been? That's his third of the contest. He's leading that statistic.
60.
I think it's the only statistic he is leading. He's down on the tons. He's level on the 140s.
100.
Well, in fact, he's got the better average. But averages don't mean anything. As much as we'll harp on about them as commentators, they really don't mean anything. Unless they're for records, of course.
60.
Well, Thornton's got a bit of breathing space here. Don't go for the 60. Oh, what a shot that is.
Robert,
he would have left 166 if he got a single 20. That was
57.
a mega aggressive 180 from Burnett. Maybe as aggressive as you'll ever see. He's already had a try at this. This time he gets the treble. Bullseye for a 4-0 win.
101.
And he wires it.
Robert, you require 104.
10. The tops.
Game
Saves
on
it.
the 4 flag, Robert Thornton.
Typically tenacious Robert Thornton behaviour. You saw that little bit of a nod from Richie Burnett as if to say, yeah, I expected you to hit that. Beautiful shot from Thornton on his favourite double. It's still alive at 1-3 down.
5th leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I suppose the question remains,
140.
will these players play each other again on Saturday? Because if they do, they will have played each other
60.
7 times in 8 days. They played Saturday night twice. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, possibly Saturday.
100.
That would actually make 8 games in 8 days. But if they do make the finals, it's possible they could play another 2 to make 9
97.
in 8 days. They might be sick of the sight of each other come Sunday. But they have been hanging out a lot together. They've forged a bit of a
97.
friendship, I think, over the last week or so. They obviously know each other really well. But you see certain little cliques forming sometimes when you
92.
travel with certain players.
Richie require 164.
I think we might have forged a bit of a BFF situation here with these two. Might be best friends.
83.
They might not be on speaking terms for a few minutes after this one, because Burnett has left himself a very doable opportunity to win 4-1. He's already missed the ball
81.
for a 4-0 win. He doesn't need the bullseye in this leg, because he has
shot out of
taken
the match,
81
Richie
out,
Burnett.
and it is 14 data to finish that match with the widest margin we've seen so far today, but a really, really good performance from the Prince of Wales, who's looking for a very strong day. That's not bad to start your campaign. 89.64 is about where he's been at all week, so a very, very typical performance. The doubles percentages, we can forget about those after that incredible long second leg, but let's go forward to match number 4, where Matt Dennant returns to the hockey, as does Diogo Portela after a 1-match gap. Paul the Asset Nicholson, and welcome back to our Online Darts Live League coverage. We have two players just about to grace the hockey now in Dennant and Diogo Portela. Both not having it all their own way at the start of today's play. So this is an opportunity for them to get a foothold in their campaign to finish in the top half by the end of play tomorrow afternoon. 32-year-old from Rio, a place that I haven't visited yet, but I'm intrigued by Brazil. I hear so many nice things about it from Diogo. And it's almost impossible not to smile in his company these days. He's a very emotional guy, very honest, integral, and hard-working individual. I think the only thing that I don't like about Diogo is the incessant jokes on his social media feed these days.
Matt to throw first.
He's almost hijacked my Twitter feed with dad jokes. Well, he is a dad now. Very proud dad as well.
180.
But I also know that Matt Dennant's dad is very proud of him. As he should be. I've mentioned on more than one occasion just how big a fan I am of Matt's game. I think he, when I look at him, is what I want from a dart player moving forward. The image of the game has been the same in the public's eyes for so long. If you walk up to someone in the street and ask them to talk about darts, whether they're a fan or not, they'll probably say the same thing.
180.
What I want to get from the public is them thinking about players like Matt. Players who are a little bit more slender.
40.
Players who look like athletes. That's my mission going forward. But that's a long way away, in my opinion. We are putting the things in place for that to be the case. But Dennant, who has played well in this first leg, is behind in the score.
40. Diogo, you require 85.
This has been a really good leg for Diogo, leaving 85 after 9. That leaves 76. And didn't even contemplate the double-double option. I'm surprised because Diogo's
53.
A very astute
Matt, you
board
require
manager.
84.
Bullseye for Matt.
41.
And his targets are being missed
Diogo, you require 32.
by a fair distance on the outer ring, and the bullseye too much at the early portion of today's play. He thought that was in. Hence he did the old Richie Burnett flamingo impression. Well, if he hits this, this would be one for the back of the net. I'm not going to do an impression of a Brazilian commentator in the football. But even if I wanted to, I couldn't because he missed it.
Matt, you require 43. Game show
16-4. Matthew Dennant gives him an early hold in this one. And that, like I said in the first match, when you get your first double in a match, it is a case of, right, okay, we've got our foundation now, let's build on it. If he gets a chance in the second leg, he could go 2-0 up because of getting that early double. What we saw from Matt Dennant in Phase 1, where his win percentage was under 50%, I don't think that was anywhere close to where his game should be at. So when he was invited to play in this group, he will have said to himself, right, let's put in some work. Let's get that game where it should be. When you have done what he's done on the Challenge Tour, you have to believe that there is an immense game in his locker. And my philosophy with sports people has always been, and I get
40.
questioned about this all the time, how do I hit more 180s? Well, if you've hit one, you can hit hundreds of them.
60.
There's no such thing as a fluky 180. It's impossible. You can't fluke a 180. You can fluke a hole in one. You can fluke hitting a red in a pocket, but getting a 147 is no fluke because you have to be perfect for that.
121.
With 180, throwing at the same target 3 times, it can't be fluked. Because the first dart's got to be perfect, the second dart's got to be perfect, and the third dart's got to be perfect. You might
60.
get the tiniest
Diogo,
bit of a
you require
deflection on one of
124.
them, or the second or third dart, but I think it's something that is up for debate. Just going to leave
92.
himself handily placed. Didn't even think about the treble 16 there. That's a really interesting play.
$54.
So it's all in Diogo's hands to
Diogo,
level
you
things up at
require
1-all.
32.
His doubles percentage in his first match was very good. It was 50%.
Game show on the second leg. Diogo Portela.
50% in the second leg. So when he misses one, he comes back and he hits the next one. This one is tied at 1-all now. It's very, very tight to start this one. We could be going the distance like we did with Keling and Dennant earlier.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $46.
I mentioned the ability level of Matt Dennant. And I mentioned this in phase 1, but it's
100.
worth mentioning again. A couple of years ago when he was playing a Challenge Tour event in Wigan, he registered a personal best average.
180.
And that's been a very applicable topic this week because Kevin Burness registered a personal best average this week of 117.2. But when you think about how great that performance was from Kevin,
57.
Matt Dennant's personal best is better than that. It's 119 dead. Now, in a Challenge Tour match, to average close to 40 per dart,
59.
that tells you what kind of level he can attain. That's elite plus, not just elite. But when you look at his highest
58.
average ever played on TV at the UK Open that same year, that's only around 86. So then you have to ask the question as to,
140.
why would that be? Doesn't detract away from the fact that he's got the talent, but like a lot of players around the world, all he's searching for is that
41.
magic key to
Matt, you
consistency.
require 76.
Treble 19. He's going to leave double 18. Slight change of tactic there. I think initially he was thinking about double top. But because he has had issues on tops at times, I think a change of tactic is not a bad player.
171.
All of a sudden
Matt, you
he's under
require
pressure.
36. Game show on
What
the
pressure?
third leg. Matt Dennant.
2-1 from Matt Dennant. And not just the execution on the double 18, but the fact of the matter, he stood back and said, I've got 54 left. What do I want to go for with 3 darts? He said double 18.
Fourth leg, it's Diogo
Stood up
to
and hit
throw
it.
First. Game on.
Courage of conviction there from Matt. And that just embellishes his
100.
reputation in my eyes. Now, commentators aren't supposed to have favourites. Well, if you talk to different commentators on the old QT, well, they do have favourites
59.
secretly, but we call every game down the middle. Now, I don't have a favourite in this game. I like both of these lads. I'd happily sit and talk with them over a cup of tea and shoot the breeze.
91.
But each and every commentator does have their favourite players. And if they tell you different, they're absolutely lying through their teeth.
85.
Dan Dawson will categorically favour Ronnie Highbrechts, Andrew Gilding and Steve Beaton. That's well documented.
60.
Not exactly sure who Chris Murphy's favourite player is. Probably any player that supports Sheffield Wednesday. I don't think there are any dart players that support Sheffield Wednesday. I'll have to ask Chris that question when I see him. As far as Chris Mason's concerned, you'd probably have to ask
95.
him because he'll be back in the hot seat next week. But on a serious note, I actually don't know who Chris Mason's favourite player is.
58. Diogo, you require 100.
I think you would probably say in history Eric Bristow, which is entirely fair enough. 95 left with 2, and decides to go against getting the big out. Well, that single 3, as fine as it was just a little bit too far north. If he'd have pushed that a little bit more,
40.
it could have got too close to that 51. I've never seen anybody bust 155 before, and luckily for him, we haven't had it done this time. Double 16, reminiscent of leg 2.
No score.
Well. Chance for Matt Dennant to get the
3-1.
3-1.
99.
Options here. Options have just got easier. Double 16 for him. Superb check out from Matthew Dennant. And he's just watched Diogo Portela struggle on double 16. But 3-1 it is now to the man from Walsall. All due to that fine 99 check out, which he's just put a flake in.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Now, if you don't get that reference, where have you been? If you're tuning in from outside the UK, you might not get it, so let me explain. If you go to an ice cream truck or ice cream van, you ask for an ice cream cone. And it was a very famous line back in the 90s.
123.
Coined in a Manchester accent by a rather nice-looking lady called Melanie Sykes. She would say, "Do you want a flake in that, love?"
100.
And every time I see someone on 99 now, I always say, "Put a flake in it." Because that ice cream with a flake in it is called a 99.
81.
So as we go out of Dictionary Corner, we go back to the darts. And Matthew Dennant is in position to win this one 4-1.
100.
After hitting that ton, because he's a good dart and a half ahead here. Now they've got a bit of a mission for all of you fans out there watching all of the coverage today.
40.
I know that some of you will be ducking in and out, doing your work at home or possibly on your way to somewhere else. You can't take us on the road with you because the YouTube feed of this is available on your smart devices.
180.
But this game might not last much longer because Matthew Dennant has got 3 darts at double 18. I'll talk about the challenge for you fans in the next match because I don't have enough time in this one.
60.
Because it could be over
46.
and should be over. And
Game
is
shot
over.
on the match.
A really good
Matt
performance from Matthew Dennant. A great response after losing a match that he shouldn't have lost against Jamie Keling. He responds a brilliant, brilliant way to win 4 legs to 1. You can see that his average has climbed from his previous game by around about 10, which is a really nice performance. The 80% checkout, though, for Matt Dennant. He's found something between the first game and the second game. If he keeps that going, he's going to be strong. Match number 5 is Robert Thornton coming back to the hockey, and he's taking on the Yellow Submarine, Jamie Keling. welcome back to our action here as we will complete the first third of action with the next match. Robert Thornton does come straight back to the hockey after suffering a defeat to Richie Burnett. But Jamie Keling, who squeezed his way to a victory in his first match of the day and our first match of the day, he'll be looking to possibly do the same against the vastly experienced Robert Thornton. Jamie, who is much taller, but that is no advantage in this game of darts because you all have to stand from the same point. And I suppose that's something that hasn't ever been discussed. Is there an advantage of being taller? I suppose the Dutch would hope so because they're the tallest nation on earth. You think about all the tall players that have come from the Netherlands.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
But the great players like Wilson and Taylor and some others have been
95.
of shorter stature. So far today, Robert has played all right, but just a bit patchy in that first game with Burnett. And he will want to put in a really good display here just to get himself back on track. Now, looking at the week so far, Robert has been stronger in the first half of play.
140.
And by losing his first game today, he now has to possibly flip that around a little bit.
44.
What I have to inform you guys of is that something I said a little bit earlier in the broadcast is slightly inaccurate. What I can confirm from this 6-player group is that 2 players come through this group as of
99.
today's play and tomorrow's play. So 2 players come through Group C. It's actually 3 players that come from tonight and tomorrow's.
135.
180 would be handy here. Would have left double 12.
100. Jamie, you require 106.
Treble 18. Not to be. And Thornton, who has had
50.
a 104
Robert, you
today,
require 104.
went 18's first on that occasion. He's done the same here, but with a different result. It may be the same result at the end, though.
72.
Looking to get a 104
Jamie,
very
you
different
require
way.
56.
Double 4. Oh, and
No
Kelling's
score.
bust the lot. That's the danger
Robert,
with
you
that very
require
loopy throw, that if
32.
it comes out a little bit late, it will dive at the end.
Game shot on the first leg.
Robert Thornton finds his way to a hold of throw in 19 darts at the beginning of this game. Not without a scare, though. When he saw Jamie Keling hitting that 48, he probably thought he was going to lose his throw.
Second leg,
But the
it's
fact of the
Jamie
matter
to
is,
throw
he
first.
has not.
Game on. 41. 140.
Such a definitive thud when Robert Thornton starts at the board. He does throw the heaviest dart of anybody in this group, and indeed the heaviest dart of anybody this week.
134.
26 grams. You don't see many players throwing a dart
57.
of 26 grams or more. The majority you see these days are between, say, 18 and 24. That's the
59.
mean sort of average. But it's a weight of dart that has never really changed.
123.
When he first came to the PDC, he wasn't using these barrels. He was using a trusty set that he'd had for a while,
78.
and they were very effective. But ultimately, he wanted to get his own, with his own monogram on, his own colouring. And that will do.
28.
Wasn't what he was looking for, but he's left himself on a 2-darter with Jamie north of a finish, so all is not lost.
60. Robert, you require 53.
He's going to be on his favourite double.
33.
But he's had real
Jamie, you
mixed
require
fortunes on it this week,
129.
hence that reaction. Treble 16, is it? Yeah, it didn't go double-double.
81. Robert, you require 20.
Very cautious play there from Jamie. Getting closer. Shake of the head, though, and that did not project much positivity.
You require 48.
Tops for Keling.
Game shot on the
Somewhat
second
ironically
Jamie Keling.
hits the tops. That was missed by Thornton. And, of course, he missed lots of shots at 10s as well. Hence that little waving of the hands, the apology that I hate to see, because your job, Jamie, is to beat Robert Thornton somehow.
Game on.
I know I sound like a broken record when I say that, but
100.
I can hold my hands up right now and say that I have never apologised for winning a leg. Why would you?
60.
It's a cutthroat sport. I've played some pairs formats in my time,
60.
but 99% of the time you're playing singles these days, and the other person is trying to beat you.
100.
So why would you offer them an apology? That's just not the way I operate. And I think there are a lot of players who think that way as well.
140.
And with this truncated format of this group, where you've only got 10 matches,
23.
boil that down a little bit more. Don't be apologising for every leg you get.
100.
If someone gives you an opportunity, take it. I used to say to myself in those situations, well, if you don't want it, I'll have it. Could Robert be taking this? Another shot at tops.
Game shot,
And that will make him feel a little bit better. 101 checkout. And he just seems a little bit more comfortable on the combinations in going for doubles as opposed to having 3 clean. We'll watch out for that as the day progresses, but he has got the lead back at 2-1.
Game on. $58.
Of the two so far, you would expect Thornton to win based on the way they are playing. Thornton's average is in the mid-80s. Kelling's still hovering around that late 70s region.
35.
Maybe just trying to get a bit of sharpness back after a few weeks away. The last time he was here, we did see him progressively improve day on day. So if he can somehow get himself in the top 2 in this group
180.
over the next couple of days, he could be a threat on Saturday night. But he will think about that if it comes.
93.
Thornton has just maxed for the first time in the match. He doesn't want another one.
130.
Don't get me wrong, he could have gone for one to leave double 3, but that wouldn't have been prudent.
100. Robert, you require 56.
Another combination, but this time it's just a 2-dart combination.
Game
This
shot
time he
full
takes
flag,
it in
Robert
3,
Thornton.
and he proves that getting a single or a treble, or both, before going for the double just seems to be a more comfortable proposition for him. He's in a very similar situation as the last 2 matches have been. It's 3-1.
Game on.
It was 3-1 to Dennant. He went on to win 4 legs to 1, as did Burnett against this man. There were a lot of close matches over the last 3 days. There weren't a great deal of 4-0s.
45.
Now, we're not going to get one here, and we haven't had one so far. But I think maybe the likelihood of a 4-0 today
44.
is more prevalent than maybe the last 3 days. It depends, for me,
57.
on players like Keling and Portela getting early confidence. If they don't, if they start to beat themselves up, they could be there for a bit of a slaughtering from the likes of Burness, because they have
100.
played fabulous this week.
$41.
Somewhat languid, ironic swipe of the hand there from Keling, who is staring defeat in the face here.
140.
With that massive deficit,
60.
if he'd
Robert,
had
you
4
require
darts, he wouldn't have got
120.
himself in touch. This could be match over. Another combination with tops at the end.
100.
And this
I
time he
called
misses.
60 for Jamie's last score. Can you change that, please?
Just a score rectification needed before we progress, and before Robert comes back to the board with 3 darts on double 10, which he missed earlier in the match. And all 3
78.
were on the outside.
Robert, you require 20.
He had a good performance from
Game
Robert
shot
Thornton
and a
here.
match.
He rectifies that
Robert
shot
Thornton.
at 10s. Really, really good from him. And eventually, after securing a leg with a combination in leg 3, he just seemed a bit more invincible after that. His average in that game was actually very tidy. As you can see, 93.19. But Jamie Keling cannot live in the 70s. Not in the literal sense, but in the 70s averages for much longer without getting absolutely drummed like he has been there. So Thornton goes forward. Keling only gets 2 points from his first 2 games. As we go into game number 6, it is Burness versus Burnett. Yes, I enunciated that because I had to. Hello there and welcome back to our action here at the Online Darts Live League. Match number 6 coming in, so we go into the second third of action. So the middle portion, will it deliver today? Well, I don't think there's a better game to start this second third than with these two, experienced here and experienced overall. Title winners in the past. Will they win the title today? and in the group, of course, to get themselves into the finals for week 1 of Phase 2. The big mission, of course, which is a little bit of a way off just now, but the Champions Group awaits in week 5. We will have 4 qualifying weeks, this one and the next 3 weeks, to see who will fill the shoes of the Champions Week in week 5. But how do you get there, you may ask?
100.
Well, first and foremost, you have to get the weekly finals. There will be 6 players in the weekly finals on Saturday. And if you finish in the top 3 of that weekly finals, you will grace Champions Week in week 5. But they can't be thinking about that right now because these two didn't get through Group A.
100.
They have to try and get through this group first, then get into the finals for Saturday. Then they can worry about getting in the top half.
96.
Gradual graduation. That's what this is all about at the Online Darts Live League at the minute. Get through the group, get through the week, get into the Champions Week, then you can win it. And if you do, £5,000 will go your way. A total of £10,000 up for grabs in that finals in Champions Week. A fantastic amount of money.
140.
I have to thank our sponsors and our partners for giving us the ability to do that. And of course, with the breaking news this morning that
100.
there are avenues open to all players to try and qualify for the Online Darts Live League now, you could find your way to Champions Week.
140.
If you didn't see that this morning,
76.
please follow the relevant social channels to find out how you do that. But double top for 76 for Burness. He's done this week already. And he's done it again.
Kevin Burnett.
Just typical behaviour from Iron Man, who seems to find those 75s, 76s, 74s more often than not with the tops at the end. He's 1-0 up.
Game on.
Really, really good way to hold your throat. And the more you do things like that, the more respect you will get from your opponents. And when you have the reputation of someone who
96.
keeps taking out shots like that, you will get a reputation as being hard to beat. Now that, for me, is one of the best compliments you can get from one of your peers in this game. They say you're hard to beat.
60.
Had a bit of a discussion about apologising for winning a leg in the last match. Well, I've had a nice tweet from Brian McGinley, who said something which I think is quite applicable. He said, I've apologised a lot for winning legs, but not one occasion have I meant it.
100.
I think that's a very good point, Brian, because I think some of these players who do apologise don't mean it as well.
$82.
Excellent start from these two. Know plenty about playing each other. This is their 5th meeting in 2021. This week, though, of their 3 battles, 2 of them have been won by Burness by 4 legs to 2. The other, in the middle on Tuesday, was won by Burnett by 4 legs to 3.
140. Richie require 120.
Yes, for tops.
80.
Well, that one,
Kevin, you require 86.
was closer to the tyre than it was to the double. Double 16.
78.
And that was such a big
Richie,
chance
you require 40.
to break the throat. He understands how good an opportunity that was to steal something from Richie Burnett. And he still can.
Kevin, you require 8.
With a very pretty looking double 4. Not so pretty
Game shot on the second leg.
But he gets
Kevin
half of it, and he
Burness.
does get that break of throw, does Burness. Looking to get his head-to-head record with Richie to 3-1 for the week. It would bolster his daily
Keling
total
to
as well,
Kevin
and he'd
to
be the
throw
first person to 4 points.
Game on.
So far today, it's been evenly
83.
spread. Jamie Keling, Matthew Dennant, Kevin Burness, Richie Burnett, and Robert Thornton have all got 2 points. So it is fabulously tight. Now, with these two going head-to-head now, and after this game, everybody will have played
95.
twice. We will have one person on 4, and all of the chasing pack on 2, and only Portela, who has not picked up a victory yet. It couldn't really be tighter, which is a very familiar sequence this week.
$81.
The next match we will see will also
100.
involve 2 players on 2 points in Thornton and Dennant. But I think Burness right now will be fairly chipper.
81.
More so after that last start 60, because that gets him to a finish, which would see him to 3-0. It's a finish he hit in the very first leg of the week.
98. Kevin, you require 161.
If he gets this, he's a huge favourite. Oh, that didn't really scare the treble 20. But we've already seen missed darts at double from Richie.
Richie, you require 68.
He has had 4 attempts and got none of them. He's going to get 2 more.
Game show on the third leg.
Really good
Richie
find. And there you see a little bit of buoyancy from Richie Burnett. He usually saves that kind of stuff for the afternoon, but maybe he woke up a little bit earlier today. Buoyancy he needs because he's still 2-1 down.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
I can say from experience just how difficult it is playing Richie Burnett. Not just because he's good,
41.
but because he is so animated. Look around, whether he's playing or whether he's not.
55.
Something is going on. And I remember a game I played against him in Wigan 2 or 3 years ago. He was exactly like this.
60.
He was like a frog farm in a box. It was just chaos in watching him. So I made the conscious decision to not watch him.
100.
When I wasn't throwing, I was looking at my shoes the whole time. And it worked. I won the match. Played quite decent. But the reason I won the match is not my darts. It was because my mind was good. I didn't want to get carried away with what Richie was doing. I didn't want to laugh. I didn't want to get embroiled in what he was doing, so I focused on what I was doing. And that's something I employed quite well after that. And it's something that Richie's opponents may want to do as well, because he is a bit of a jack-in-the-box.
$95.
I wouldn't change him. I'd have him exactly like he is. He is incredible entertainment. He's been brilliant the last 4 competitive days.
60.
I would like to know, physiologically, why that leg kicks out, though. Whether it's a trapped nerve, whether it's some sort of internal tick.
139.
I may have to ask some experts just to get an insight. But the first 2 darts there's no kick. And there's no kick there.
Kevin, you
It looks so smooth. when it's not happening. It will be very smooth for Burness if this goes.
14.
And for once, he misses a combination.
Richie, you require 122.
Doesn't have to go 18s here, but he's a bit of a traditionalist counting-wise. And this 54 is hard. That's proved it. And he still has 86 left. So with a blocked 54, he might have to go somewhere else. Bullseye's not a bad shout because it leaves double 18. 60 for double 13, potentially. I would go for the 54 and try and hit the miracle dart.
61.
But he did go for the bullseye.
Kevin, you require 40.
Burness is a typically stoic type player on the hockey. You don't get much out of him, but even he smiles when Richie Burnett is around. And he's smiling even more now because he's 3-1 ahead. This match is bringing a smile, not just to my face, to my body and mind as well. Just great to watch these guys smiling, going at it in the same room with a referee. Just the small things in life that make you smile.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And the machine, the GIF machine, and the photograph machine that is Richie Burnett was quizzical there, looking at the scoreline on our tablet, which is in there, showing them what they've got left, and of course the like score.
60.
I'm not even sure he knows how entertaining he is.
$59.
Was that the right place to switch when you're starting on 3-6-1? I would argue no. I think the 17s is the switch there.
40.
Because now you would usually go to the 18s, but with Richie not on a finish, I don't mind the sticking to the 20s there. I think sometimes when you're on 306, 302, the best thing to do is to stay on your requisite big target when your opponent is not on a finish.
140.
Or indeed ahead of you in the score. Does have to get a move on though.
125.
That he has done.
Richie, you require
We could
161.
potentially have our fourth game of 4 legs to 1 here. It was 4-1 to Burnett over Thornton, 4-1 to Dennant over Portela,
43.
and 4-1 to Thornton
Kevin, you
over
require
Keling.
77.
Is it going to be 4-1 to Burness over Burnett to improve his head-to-head record against Richie for the week to 3-1? Double top will seal it.
Game shot out
And
match.
another combination is sunk
Burness.
by Kevin Burness. He seems to have the mark of Richie Burnett this week. And that is something that people would buy off him. Another good steady performance, as you can see. I think steady does categorise that performance of 4-1 from Kevin Burness as well. Not only just the 90 average, but the 40% at doubles. That's where he's at all week long. He's looking strong. And after 2 games each in this table, well, he's the one at the top with 4 points. Next, it is Matt Dennant and Robert Thornton, and that one will start in a few moments' time. Hi there, thanks for your company today and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. And this is Paul the Asset Nicholson sitting right here, giving you all of the action, of course, via your smartphone, your tablet, your PC, whatever you're using to join us. We really do welcome your company. And as we go into match number 7, it's the two men of short stature, gracing the 7'9¼ Rocky, that yellow exclusion zone this morning here in the United Kingdom. And one of them is about to join Kevin Burness on 4 points in the race for the title in Group C. They do, of course, have to make the top 2 of this group to make it to the finals on Saturday night.
Okay, first leg, it's Matt to throw first.
This is a new game, and by that I mean not just starting now, but a fixture we haven't seen in the Online Darts Live League this year so far.
27.
So no head-to-head record to go on. But what we can go on is how they've played today so far. And how they're playing so far in this game. Because Robert has started with purpose.
125.
Previously in the week, he has played better early and has faltered a little bit later in the campaign. Now, one thing that I do know about dart players playing over a long time, because playing over the course of quite a few hours in this format, the more you do it, the
74.
easier it becomes on your body and your mind. You come closer to being darts fit. And that is something that Robert hasn't really wrestled with that in his career because he's always played a lot of darts. But in a year where he doesn't have a tour card, maybe playing multiple
91.
matches, of which he plays 5 today, that's the kind of thing that will give him his darts fitness back after not having a lot of competitive action in the first 3 months of the year.
100.
I don't expect him to wilt today or tomorrow.
100. Robert, you require
His opponent is 24 years younger than him, so you don't expect Matt to wilt either. Now, Robert's left himself 104 plenty of times today.
84.
Is he going to get a chance at the 60? Because the bull is beckoning.
45.
That's the second shot he's had at the bull today.
Robert, you require 60.
The second shot that's been wildly missed. Tops for Choco.
40.
Mixed fortunes on tops
Matt, you
today.
require
In the last match, he
39.
was good in beating Keling 4 legs to 1. Not so much here. Another double 8.
31.
And you fancy that dart
Robert,
was
you
in the
require
double 8, but it
20.
was just too much to the right of the double. Well, that changes things.
No score.
And that busts things.
Matt, you require 8.
Robert's already had one forgettable leg today against Burnett.
4.
And he still might win this one. Started very,
Robert,
very
you
scrappy.
require 20. Game show on
And
the
she
first
goes
leg. Robert
For a
Thornton.
very, very unlikely 22 dart break of thrower, but he will not look a gift horse in the mouth. He will say, I'll have that, thank you very much, and now I will use it to
Second
try and
leg,
get
it's
a
Robert
2-0
to throw
lead.
First. Game on. 30. 93.
Well, when you come to the oche after getting an unlikely break,
60.
starting with 30 and 60 is not ideal. It's fair to say this game has got lots of improvement in it.
60.
And we're following a bit of a pattern here. because the last 4 matches that we've seen have all been 4 legs to 1. I will be fascinated to see what happens in this. Does that continue?
140.
Do we get something closer? Do we get a bagel for the first time? Because all 6 of our matches so far have had a leg for each player.
94.
When Matt is missing that treble 20, he's not missing it by much. He's getting really close to form. His last performance was much better, just a shade
64.
under 90 with the average.
108.
4 19s. No, 4, not 5. He knows his maths. That was not on purpose. So 95 scored and 13 left. Good mathematics from the scholar. That's what you expect from him.
100.
Nice leave. Unless, of course, we get a second 170 of the week. And with the way that Robert's played in this match so far, you didn't really think it was going to happen.
Matt, you require 8.
You have a feeling this might happen, though.
Game show on the second leg. Matt Dennant.
Just questioning whether that was a good guide, but you saw the first start just have a little shake, a little quiver in the board as the double 4 was delivered. So maybe it was a good guide. We'll keep an eye on those over the course of the day.
Game on.
But one thing that I'm keeping my eye on, and this is how intricately I look at the game of darts. Maybe it's a bit of a window into my darting mind. I'm not just looking at the way the dart players are delivering their darts, the way they're throwing, but how they are holding their darts in their left hand before they throw them. Because that is something that is different about every player as well. Do they hold with an open hand, a closed hand? Do they hold the hand high, low? In Diogo's case, he holds the point of each dart in his left hand before. And one of the aspects of a good dart throw is not just how it's thrown, it's how you retrieve it from the left hand as well. This motion, look at the right hand when it comes out, down to a dart that they can't see. Now, throwing darts is hand-eye coordination. But retrieving the dart from your left hand is just really good muscle memory and coordination of your entire body. Even when he steps to the right and steps back to the left, he doesn't look at where the dart is. It's the equivalent of dribbling a basketball and not looking at the ball. You know where the ball is, even when you're bouncing it. Never underestimate the skill of a dart player just because they're good at throwing. They're good at other things as well. That treble 19 would have left double 14. And Thornton is starting to shake his head here. Maybe Matt Dennant is starting to take the impetus.
$85. Matt, you require 60.
Double 8. That's a hell of a guide.
Game show
beautifully executed by Matt Dennant. And he made me look good there because I said it was a good guide. And I said I would keep an eye on them. But once again, he uses the dart just on the outside wire of the double and then cascades it in for the lead.
Game on.
I've dug into the past, and they have played each other 3 times before.
60.
Once in 2013 at the Gibraltar Darts Trophy, where Robert won in round 1 by 6 legs to 4.
78.
They played each other at a UK Open qualifier back in 2015. That game was won by Robert by 6 legs to 2. But the last time they met in 2016, in the summer of that year, in a Players' Championship, it was won by Matt by 6 legs to 3.
100.
I think it's fair to say that around 2016, that's when Robert's darts
140.
as the reigning Grand Prix champion at the time. We're just starting to fall away a little bit. He's had some flourishes in the last few years, but as for sustained brilliance, hasn't quite been there.
140.
But it's still so possible. Unfortunately, we're all mortal, and we all have to stop at some time, but Robert has said that he is most definitely not finished yet, and I believe him. 4.
57.
He could pay the price for that miss.
83.
66. Third shot of the bull for the day.
42.
And the third time he's missed it by some margin.
8.
Getting closer incrementally.
Game
And there she goes.
Robert Thornton.
A little scream of come on as well from Robert Thornton. I think you can tell by that sharp stride in getting those darts out the board that he really wants this today.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
One of the sayings that I made up when I started commentating on the Live League last year was that certain games come up, and it doesn't matter whether there's £1 million on the line or a pack of crisps, they'd still play the same way. Yes, I am referencing Aaron Monk playing against Andy Jenkins. But sometimes with Robert, I just look at him and I see a willingness to play darts that I don't see in many players. A willingness to try.
140.
Now, I know all dart players try, but they show it in different ways. And Matthew Dennant right now is having an absolute peach of a leg on the 180s. 2 in a row. It's not for a 9, but he could take it in 11. And Matthew Dennant is a big 180 hitter.
98. Matt, you require.
He does
81.
have that reputation. Doesn't have to go 12 and bull, but he could still do the 12.
Game show on the
That
fifth
is
leg.
an absolutely magnificent leg from Matthew Dennant. His best leg of the day by some distance, and a really good time to take the lead back again. He has 2 opportunities to get a second win of the day.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. 36.
You're looking at Matt Dennant's
59.
180 strike rate. It's pretty good. It's 0.2. And if you look at the rest of the field, there's only 1 or 2 players who have a better proclivity to hit a 180 per leg than him, and that's Robert Thornton and Richie Burnett. So that's pretty tidy company. In 31 matches, he's scored
41.
37 180s. So he really does, more often than not, in my opinion, score more than 180 a match. And it's tough to get multiple 180s in a best of 7. You don't get a great deal of opportunities like you do in longer format matches. But he's got 2 in this match. Almost out of third. Robert knows he's got to get a move on. And that is the personification of getting a move on in darts. Joining the 180 party by getting his second of the match. Double top. Back to normal on double top, and this one deserves to go all the way. This is the best game we've had so far, not just from a quality perspective, but just the way the scoreline has panned out, leg on leg. So, Matthew Dennant will throw first. Can he get it done?
Game on.
I have to say, Matt Dennant's hairstyle has got to be one of the best in darts as well.
140.
I think I likened him to the lead singer of a band in Phase 1.
140.
It's a very tidy, Britpop style hairdo, where there's no parting. It's just all very well coiffured.
100.
But this has been a really good game. The averages don't really reflect how good it's been.
100.
Well, he went to the 17s, and that was the right
42.
switch. It hasn't panned out, and Robert has got a chance here to break the throat in the last leg of the match to get 2 valuable points, but he stumbles.
41.
Very similarly to Matt in visit 3. Back he comes.
100.
I don't know about that. I think he should have gone 19s with the last dart, because this now is a bullseye checkout instead of an outer ring checkout,
140.
which
Matt,
makes
you
it
require
more
119.
difficult. 62. And didn't get a shot at all. So he's made 2
79.
mistakes in this leg.
Robert, you
One in the
require
leave.
80.
Secondly, on the execution of the 12. He gives Robert Thornton a match dart himself,
60.
and it misses by the smallest margin.
Matt, you require 40.
He's dodged a bullet.
20.
And hasn't taken the points, and for the second
Robert, you
time
require
today,
20.
he has missed multiple match darts. 5.
Game
And on
shot out
both
of the match,
occasions,
Robert
Matthew Dennant
Thornton.
has been punished for those missed match darts. It's easy for me to sit here and say that Matt Dennant should be on 6 points, but he's only on 2. Robert Thornton is now on 4, and with the lesser average and the slightly better checkered percentage, admittedly, he does sneak his way to 4 points alongside Kevin Burness, who will return in the next game, and he will take... Actually, no, it's not him. It's Diogo Portela. It's Richie Burnett. It's me who got that wrong. Without further ado, we'll go into our next match, and the Brazilian will return to the Oki alongside Richie Burnett, and he will be looking for his first 2 points of the day to try and join everybody who has grabbed at least 1 win. The right-hander who has won on the Challenge Tour before, his biggest title so far in his career. aiming to do what Richie has already done, as you can see on the bottom left of your screen there. The champion of the world from 26 years ago. Yesterday, we were having a conversation with some of our backroom staff about their first world final that they remember. We'll get into that when the match begins,
First leg, it's Diogo,
which is right now, because it
Game
is
on.
Diogo Portela who starts this one off in the odd-numbered legs, and he will have the throw if we go to the hill, which we just have with Robert Thornton and Matt Dennant, because for Matt Dennant fans, it's unfortunate because he missed 8 match darts to beat Jamie Keling. He missed 3 to beat Robert Thornton. So he has 2 points and a leg difference of +1, which isn't the end of the world right now. But he could be left to rue those darts at the end of today, or indeed the end of tomorrow.
45.
There's one line I've seen on social media more than any other over the last couple of weeks. And no, I'm not talking about Diogo Portela's jokes. It's, you know you're old when. Well, I had one of those moments yesterday. You know you're old when the referee at the Online Darts Live League says the first world final that they remember is the 2007 Phil Taylor against Barneveld final, and I just couldn't believe it. Please feel free to get in touch with me to let me know what the first World Darts final is that you remember. Do you remember sitting on the floor at your parents' house watching late on a Sunday night?
58.
Watching a Lakeside final, or if you're a lot younger, maybe it was an Ali Pali final.
The
first final I remember watching, start to finish. I don't have a great deal of memories from when I was growing up, but I do remember watching the 1987 final between Lowe and Bristow. And I remember as well not caring who won that game. And that was a match
94.
Where it was 50-50. A bit like 1980 between Bobby George and Bristow. There was half the crowd for Lowe, half the crowd for Bristow. I was sitting on the fence because 1 year later,
41.
my favourite player won it in Bob Anderson. I think Bob Anderson was a lot of people's favourite player back then.
96.
And he still is.
Richie, you require 140.
Is he someone you'd like to see here? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine a 140 finish for Burnett?
100.
You now have to think that
Diogo requires 65.
needs to start taking things like this if he's going to find a point. Well, a little bit different. But there's method in the madness.
Game shown the first leg.
Execution
Diogo
to boot.
Portela.
65, you say. Why didn't he go for the 25? Well, some people go for treble 19 to leave double 4. Didn't work for him, but the next two did. 1-0 to Brazil.
To throw first. Game on.
I like to see that. Kissing the black ring on his shirt in memory of his uncle Ricardo, who we lost very recently.
100.
Each and every day, we are bombarded with motivational talk on social media. To live it is different.
44.
Today, Diogo has inspiration on that left sleeve. And I can distinctly remember what it's like to lose a relative and to be playing darts very soon after. Back in 2010, I lost someone very close to me and was in a hotel room in Derby, getting the news in the middle of the night. I decided to play on the Sunday, and it was extremely difficult. and somehow I made the last 16 of a Players' Championship. I still don't to this day know how I did it. But some mystical force helped me that
43.
day.
Diogo's last score was 140. I called 140 of that.
A little correction needed to the score. Just gives Diogo a little bit of a chance to breathe. And with an 80 deficit, he'll be thinking, get a minimum of a ton here just to get on level pegging.
100.
Well, there's a phrase that has followed me back from Australia. Because if you play darts down under, whether it's in New Zealand or in Australia,
43.
they do have their own vernacular down there. They have their own way of saying things. There are certain phrases within the game that follow you everywhere. But in Australia, hitting doubles is classed as
59.
pegging. So if you're asking an opponent, oh, how were your doubles? You'd say, how were your pegs? And when I first got there, I had no idea what they were talking about.
95. Diogo, you require 158.
2 triple 20s. That is a perfect lie. A double 19.
139.
Oh, he gave it everything, didn't he?
Richie requires.
It was never going to be
99.
short. But Richie Burnett looking for what Matthew Dennant did earlier. Can he put a flake in it?
39.
No, he can't.
Diogo, you require 19.
Well, yesterday I saw someone go 11 double 4 here. Absolutely a good play. I like this play a lot.
Game show on the second
And
leg.
brilliantly
Diogo
executed
Portela.
for a very, very tidy break of throw. There's a lot of danger when you go for 3 double 8. And I think what he's done and what someone did yesterday is they've changed my mind how to go for 19.
Third leg, it's Diogo to throw first.
Now, you may
Game
ask
on.
me why. Look what's north and south of the single 11. Professional or semi-professional dart players should be able to hit a single number. But when things aren't going
134.
your way, you need something that is just a bit more bankable. Let's say you pull your dart at the single 3 and hit a 19, you bust the score.
140.
Go for an 11. You've got the 14 and the 8 either side. You don't bust the score. So that's the thinking. Not to mention,
60.
there aren't many players who don't like double 4. It's a great double. So why wouldn't you try and leave it?
$100.
I mentioned Australia, of course, a country I represented for many years. Incredibly proud of that too. It is a country that Richie Burnett has visited as a dart player. He went
58.
over there in 2007 and played in the William Cross Pro-Am. Went over there with John Part, Andy Jenkins, James Wade. That event was won
100.
by James Wade in 2008. But Richie made a lot of friends in Australia when he went down there. He was extremely popular. This is a great performance from Diogo.
180.
That maximum
Richie require 161.
gets him within striking range of 3-0. He's going to get a look at this 69.
105.
When he gets to a double,
Diogo, you
he's
require
more likely
69.
to hit it than miss it. 67% on his double so far. And he should get one more. Double 16, but only just.
37.
And he misses this time.
Richie, you require
And Burnett has got to
56.
close this leg out. Otherwise, he's in huge trouble in this match. And
36.
unfortunately, it just hasn't looked likely in this game so far.
Diogo, you require 32.
Taking his time. Double 16. Nice guide. That is a blocker. This one needs to be Roberto Carlos around the wall.
16.
And he doesn't find the back of the net.
Richie, you require 20.
Not entirely certain that Richie is comfortable playing at a slower pace. Double 5.
Game shot.
He's got him out of jail a few times this week. He's not 100% comfortable today. He showed on Tuesday that he can, in great company, get a lot of points, but he's having to work extremely hard for every leg he gets today.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
Very much similar to the game that Matt Dennant had with Diogo in match 4. The averages are in the 70s at this point of the match. And maybe Burnett has had enough of this game being slightly mediocre at times. Bit of running repairs there for Diogo. And I mentioned in the last match about how dart players hold their darts in their left hand, if indeed they are, of course.
58.
Right-handed. Diogo holds them by the point. Richie, very traditional, semi-curved arm, just bringing it up towards his left underarm. There's a calibration period with Richie. You'll probably see it on his next throw, where the dart comes up towards his eye line, very close, similar to Diogo actually. But there's a shifting of the right forearm from right to left. Almost glides through the air for about an inch, and then he delivers it. Look at it here. It comes inside by an inch, then he thrusts the dart forward. That's something that Simon Whitlock was very famous for in the early part of his career. It's not so much a thing he does now, but it's a period where he brings the dart closer to his nose and then thrusts it forward.
123. Richie require 81.
It's working very well in this leg, though. Double 18.
45 scored.
There's a lot of ducking and diving happening there.
45.
Trying to figure out what he'd scored. Not just from Richie, but from our referee as well. Portela was a massive favourite
97.
at 2-0.
Richie require 36.
But he's being reeled in.
Game show on the
And
fourth
has
leg.
been reeled
Richie
in.
Burnett.
A really, really good leg from Richie Burnett, who at the end of the third leg was starting to suffer with the pace of the game. So he's just started to dictate the pace a little bit more. It suits him, but he still needs a break from here.
First. Game on. $100.
Well, it's always good to know that people are watching the Online Darts Live League from outside the UK. And we've got Johan from Sweden watching on. Great to have someone from Sweden watching the darts today, because I've heard nothing but good things about Sweden from my friends Par Rienen, Magnus Karras and Dennis Nielsen. I've never actually been to Sweden, so that's got to change. But Johan, thank you very much for tuning in. We love having your company. And Lee Seymour has also got in touch to talk about the first World Final that he ever watched, or can remember.
140.
And it was the Les Wallace winning final in 1997 when he beat Marshall James of Wales. Apparently Lee was 16 years of age when he watched that. Well, if you were born in 1991... Oh, sorry, 1981. You should have remembered the 92 final, surely. The greatest game ever played. That's my own personal opinion, of course, because that's my favourite match. But if you have some other memories of World Finals, your first remembered World Final, please do share. You can, of course, tweet at Darts Live League. That's for the results, if you want to keep up with the results. Game on game. Of course, you can do so via Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. You can tweet me directly at the Asset180 if you choose.
100.
And, of course, Online Darts, the hosts of the Live League, they have all sorts of content to do with this, darts in general, and, of course, the Premier League, which comes to a conclusion over the next 48 hours.
Richie require 85.
Treble 15. 20 bull, has to be. Bullseye for the lead.
60.
He gives it the old
Diogo
polo celebration of, ooh. Other mints are available. Double 16.
Game shot on the
And he
fifth
gets the
leg.
lead
Diogo
back. This is a
Portela.
really, really fighting performance from Diogo Portela. Playing with a bit of inspiration today. He has now got 2 opportunities to get his first 2 points.
Richie to throw
And he's
first.
going to have to work hard for them.
Game on. $180.
He's going to have to work very hard for those points. Richie Burnett is not going to let go of the chance of getting the points for himself easily.
58.
I'm still thinking about that news from this morning about the possibility of you playing here. Yes, you. You could qualify to play in the Online Darts Live League. You could go
100.
from your own home to the Online Darts Live League stadium, I'm going to call it. I'm going to give it some grandeur. And bag the Champions Week £5,000. Just imagine
99.
that. You could do that. You might have to beat the likes of Martin Adams to do so. But imagine the opportunity to play against the likes of
100.
Thornton, Burnett, Adams, greats of the game. Why wouldn't you want to have a crack at that? Check out the social feeds of Online Darts and indeed
123.
Motorsports Management and
Richie, you require 100.
Modern Amateur Darts for more information on that. But Burnett is looking at double 14
107.
and he finds himself on double 7 again. I think what he's doing there is he's telling himself off because he shouldn't have gone for the 11s. He didn't realise that Diogo wasn't on a finish. And now that
28.
Diogo is still not on a finish,
Richie, you require
Burnett has the
14.
luxury of splitting this. And he's going to do so. Double 4.
Game shot on the
Very
sixth
tidy.
leg. Richie
15
Burnett.
darter it is from Richie Burnett. Swells his average up a little bit more. And this game has gone all the way. But Richie Burnett has never led this game. Can he lead it at the death?
7th and final leg. It's Diogo to throw first. Game on.
Professional dart players have
57.
all got stories of games they probably shouldn't have won. Where you've never led until the last dart goes in. We've all done it. But we've all been in the situation where you've worn the other shoes. Where you've led the game the entire time and lost it with the last dart of the match. They're the hard ones to take.
140.
But full kudos to Portela. He's got the better leave. Until then,
40.
that is just as good as the 140 we've seen from Diogo. Not going to leave a finish now. And the leg
55.
is no longer in his hands. That's the key to this. Even with that 52-point lead. If Burnett goes big here, It's up to him. He's going very big.
140.
Doesn't matter how many times you look at it, Richie, it's still not in. That is. Oh, that's a really great dart from Portela.
161.
Portela's got the more doable out here. But sensibly, Burnett leaves the 2-darter. Really close to the end of this one. His doubles percentage has dipped below 40% now, and he's got 94 left with 2. He has been in front all match long.
96.
Burnett has one go to finish him off. Double 8.
Game shot on the match.
And there you have it, just
Richie
like that.
Burnett.
You saw the reaction from Diogo in the background. He was in charge of the game the entire time. But when Richie Burnett gets a shot at the end, more often than not, he will take it. That's a fabulous 96 checkout. You saw that Burnett, in the standings of the average, well, he was in charge most of the time. And his checker percentage was a little bit lower. But it's all about getting the match start at the end of the day. He had one, he took it, and he's got himself to 4 points. The next game is Jamie Keling, who's looking to double up himself against Burness, who's looking very strong today. You may have just caught a flash of our table for Group C just on your screen there, and if you did, you may see that the top 3 players in the table so far are from Group A, so maybe the experience of playing earlier in the week is a big strength for some of them playing on Thursday morning. Are they just a little bit sharper than the other 3? Well, the other 3 now have to respond. And the first person to try is Jamie Keling, who has had an up-and-down day so far. He stole a win against Matt Dennant in match 1 of the morning.
To throw first. Game on.
Courtesy of 8 match darts missed by Matthew Dennant. He held up his hands in apology for winning that one. But now he's trying to take out the person at the top of the table. Kevin Burness, who is now playing his 3rd match of the day, is looking to be the first person to 6 points. And if he does that, he will remain undefeated.
140.
Burness is looking to do something quite extraordinary this week. He has played 2 previous weeks in the Online Darts Live League. He has won the weekly title on both occasions. So his 100% record of winning
100.
the entire week when he plays, well, he's got to make the finals first. And so far, so good in this table.
81. Jamie require 136.
Stronger start from Jamie Keling here, though.
83.
Why is it when Jamie Keling plays, I can't get Yellow Submarine out of my head by the Beatles? I am blaming him entirely.
81.
If I'm humming that in my
Then you
sleep the next
require
couple of nights,
53.
I'm going to blame him. Double top.
13.
And he will be back.
$135. Jamie, you require 40.
Jamie back for 40, under a little bit more pressure this time.
Game shot in the first leg. Jamie Keling.
Doesn't appear that way, does it? Because he, in a somewhat silky style, finds his way to a 1-0 lead here. No real trouble in that leg, and he will hope that that will be the case for the remainder of the match.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
More tweets from Johan and Lee Seymour in relation to
96.
stuff we've talked about this morning. Lee Seymour saying that the most enjoyable
100.
final he's ever watched is Tony David against Mervyn King. Well, that's an interesting call. That was a great final.
140.
But there's been better finals than that, Lee. Everybody's got an opinion as to what their favourite final is.
96.
And that's the beautiful thing about this sport. Everybody can have a say. There's a really good discussion behind every point of view.
100.
I think that's a very much forgotten final, quite frankly. That Tony David win in 2002.
57.
I think it's fair to say around about that time, there was only one player that was the world number one, and that was Phil Taylor.
43.
He was invincible around that time. There were other players that were challenging him, of course. And not just from the PDC, but the BDO as well. Like Sir Van Barneveld, Chris Mason, Ted Hankey, John Walton.
68.
O'Shea and Fitton were coming into prominence as well.
122.
And Martin Adams. But double seven will see us at 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg. Kevin Burnett.
Very, very good indeed. I'm not sure he was wanting the shot at double seven. I think the single 18 might have slipped, but slipped or not, the double seven was good, and it's 1-1.
Jamie to throw first. Game on. 58.
Kevin Burness will feel that it is his destiny to win another weekly title this week. And of course, in doing so, would punch his ticket to the Champions Group in week 5.
100.
That would guarantee himself another week of action to keep his form up in preparation for challenges later in the year.
97.
I genuinely believe that Kevin Burness is really, really enjoying being part of this.
41.
You look at certain players at the end of a session and they look a bit downtrodden. Maybe a bit peeved that they didn't get as many points as they thought. But there's been nothing but positivity from Burness.
100.
And I think he's been a consummate professional. Some players that really impressed me
60.
in phase
Kevin, you
1,
require
but maybe
24.
didn't get the results to post to themselves as huge talent. Well, there's a lot of them.
92.
But I have to say it, Burness, who sets up double 16 after 12 darts here, he's starting to find levels that I didn't think he had.
57.
That's
Kevin,
encouraging.
you require 32.
Double 16 then.
16.
Just a bit edgy, that one. And Sometimes that happens when your opponent is not on a finish. You just relax a bit too much. You do need a little bit of urgency squirming through your veins
59.
when you're going for shots like that.
Kevin, you require
He's got a little bit
16.
more pressure on him now, but not a great deal.
Game shot.
There you have it. There's the proof. As soon as Jamie Keling gets to a finish, it seems like Kevin Burness is just a little bit more urgent, and he gets the 2-1 lead here. He's definitely the favourite from here.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
We could talk about other things today, of course, not just the action in front of us.
140.
We could talk about famous Kevins in darts. How about that? Who's your famous favourite Kevin in the game? We have
58.
Burness, of course. You say the name Kevin, and then who do you think of first?
60.
Well, with fear of repercussion, I'd have to say a painter.
60.
I think it's very fair to say that if you go a little bit further back, there is an astonishing dart player called Kevin. Kevin Kenny. Remember him?
100.
From Merseyside? What a player he was. And if I'm showing my age and you don't know anything about Kevin Kenny,
100.
get on YouTube after the Online Darts Live League is finished this afternoon and watch some Kevin Kenny action. He was brilliant.
99.
Been a few Jamies as well. I think Jamie Caven is probably the most famous Jamie. Maybe Jamie Harvey.
100. Kevin, you require
They're the two that spring to mind for
102.
me. But Kevin Burness is again the stronger of the two in this leg. And this game is starting to fall away
82.
for Jamie Keling. And Kevin Burness gives it the old Beecher's Brook behaviour there. Get up.
40. Kevin, you require 20.
Stronger of the two. 5-5. Oh, 2-4. He's going to split it.
Game shot on the
worked.
fourth leg. Kevin Burness.
Initially, he was looking at 5-5. Then he thought, with Jamie Keling on 1-4-3, which is a very difficult out, I'll go 2-4. Very good plan. It worked.
Fifth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Decent average, too, for Kevin Burness. Around about 93. He's attaining
100.
a level that Keling is not today. In his first game, Jamie averaged 76, which is exactly what he's averaging here.
140.
In his second match, he actually regressed from 76, so he's staying in that mid-70s range a bit too much. He needs to find another 10 on his average,
140.
especially when Burness is pushing towards the mid-90s range.
60.
Are we seeing a sharpness in Kevin that Jamie hasn't quite got today?
$81.
If Kevin wants to win 4-1 for the second game in a row,
100.
he's going to need mistakes from the Yellow Submarine. They're the kind of lines that you never get from any other sport.
80.
Can't imagine Gary Neville saying that about football.
105.
Sensible stuff from
Jamie,
Burness.
you require 100.
Does he go 2 double tops or 16s? Double 16 then.
68.
And that might be the last dart he
Kevin, you
throws.
require 96.
Can't leave Burness on these 2 dart combos. Double top.
76.
Oh, that was close. That was very
Jamie, you
close.
require 32.
So he survives that one. Pick a side. Okay.
16.
He's not able to get the requisite amount
Kevin,
of
you
points.
require 20.
I like that he threw that second dart hard, but it just turned out to be too hard.
Game shot out of the match.
And it was too hard to get the points
Burness.
against Kevin Burness because he is the one to catch. He is the undefeated player at the middle portion of today's play. 6 points from 6, looking strong. And when you look at those two averages there, you can't blame Jamie Keling for saying he was too good. 90.79 and around about 1 in every 3 shots at double. Very, very tidy indeed. As we move into match 10 already, it is Robert Thornton against Portela coming next. This game is going to close out our second third of action for today. Diogo Portela, who let one slip against Richie Burnett in his last match, and now has a crack at one of his pals for the very first time, I might add. This is Diogo from Brazil taking on Robert Thornton for the very first time that I can find anyway via internet means. They may have played each other in something local that hasn't been recorded, but that's quite unlikely considering where they live geographically. Robert, who lives in southwest Scotland, and Diogo, who is living in Cambridgeshire these days, not too far away from Martin Adams, I hear.
Okay, first leg,
He
it's
was
Robert to throw
previously
first.
a resident in Chorley
Game
in
on.
Lancashire, but has moved south. I wonder if he's been punting on the River
45.
Cam yet. A fabulous thing to do on a day off. I remember being in Cambridge, would have been 13 years ago. And of course, I'm from the north of England, so
140.
I've got a very thick accent. So when you go punting on the River Cam next to the University of Cambridge, and the person driving the boat is called Giles,
100.
you just say, of course he is. Well, so far today, Diogo has worked really, really hard. He was defeated by Kevin Burness in game number 2, and then defeated by Matthew Dennant by 4-1. But that 4-3 loss to Richie Burnett a couple of games ago, that one will have stung a little bit because he was in control of that most of the time. And when I say most, I mean about 99.99% of that game. The only time he wasn't in front was when Richie Burnett was converting a 96 in the last leg. But he has responded in the first leg of this contest with a very tidy cluster of darts.
40. Diogo, you require 121.
Well, not the best beginning to this visit. And I think he did exactly the right thing there. Sitting on 115, going for the 25 in bull was absolutely the right plan.
125.
Even with Robert now
Diogo,
on a finish,
65.
he'd still fancy Diogo maybe to get 6 darts from here. Again, he goes for the treble 19 on 65. Double 16.
33. Robert, you require 133.
This one is very, very tricky. Now, there is a different way of getting this than most people go. And for some reason, they just don't do it.
43.
I will get onto that in a second.
Require 32.
Because I think it's important. Double 16 for Diogo. Got to put it through the posts.
27.
And that one was like a Chris Waddle penalty.
Robert, you require 90.
Way over the top. He was given 6 darts from his position.
75.
And then Robert Thornton was given
Diogo, you require
6 darts from
5.
133, but it didn't work out for him. Double 1 now. Was he going for that?
No score.
Well, surely he wasn't.
Robert, you require 15.
Scrappy start to this one.
11.
And Thornton can't believe it. He's having another one of those legs.
Diogo, you require
Like the second
5.
leg he had against Burnett in match 3, which was won in 29 darts.
No score.
And the Brazilian has got
Robert,
stuff
you
to think
require
about
4.
after missing the board for the single 1 and then not taking his chance on double 2. Who wants it?
No score.
Could still be Diogo.
Diogo, you require 5.
Single 1. Gets it this time, at the 3rd time of asking.
Game shot.
And that is the best dart he has thrown in the entire leg. Not just to actually take the leg, but it wasn't an easy shot. He had one of his darts and all of the flight in the way, so he had to throw that really, really well. It gets him the leg.
To throw first. Game on.
A somewhat quizzical break of throw. I have to double check. I think that was 27 darts.
43.
So that's happened twice to Robert now today. Somebody tweet me in the last match because we were talking about Jamie Keling being called the Yellow Submarine. And they said that Villarreal, the Europa League winners from last night, are actually nicknamed the Yellow Submarine. Well, before talking about that, I thought, I'm going to check that. I'm not so sure that's accurate. But it is true. Villarreal are called El Submarino Amarillo. Yellow Submarine. That is the thing that I've learned for the day.
97.
So, Thank you for that tweet. That was incredibly informative. That came from Shabab Khan. Thank you, Shabab.
140.
When Diogo gets it right, he can be such a great player. But at the minute, he just doesn't look sharp enough.
29.
It looks like he needs that one thing to focus on with his game that he can constantly pivot on.
57.
In my opinion, a dart player is always playing their best when they've got one positive hook. Whether it's something they do in preparation, whether it's something they do when they're throwing. It's the thing that I work on the most.
100.
Whether it's the feel of a grip, the feel of a certain muscle position.
128.
And Diogo will make Robert feel even worse
92.
if he can find this 92. Double coming in. Or is he sticking with a 60 shot? Oh, that's intelligent. Double six.
86.
That would have been one of the best checkouts of the day.
But you require 56.
That little step to the right really opened up the 60.
Come on. 16.
And Robert is battling with himself right now.
Diogo
is battling with low doubles. He won the last leg on double 2. This is for double 3.
Game show on the second leg.
Doesn't mess around this time. He might have missed double 6 at the end of the last leg. But when he gets the second visit, he doesn't mess around. It's 2-0. The same sort of position he had against Burness in his last match.
Delegates Robert to throw first. Game on.
Did I just say Burness? I meant Burnett.
100. $78.
Something that Diogo did in the last leg is incredibly intriguing. It's something that you don't see from a great deal of players.
57.
But you can see the influence of Dimitri van den Berg on the game of Diogo Portela. When he was going for the 92, he planted the first dart just north of the 60. And then he skipped to the right of the oche. And at that point, I knew he was going for the treble 20. Because he's trying to use the entire length of the barrel and the stem to glide down that marker into the 60. He used it so well. It was an easier target to hit than 2 double 18s. It just goes to show the darting intelligence that this guy has.
180.
Does he have the execution of some of the other players? I don't think so. But he has the desire, and he also has the know-how.
80.
That little step to the right or left to try and use the dart as a backboard, that's something you don't see from a great deal of players. You see it from Whitlock. You see it from Kyle Anderson when he's playing.
140.
You'll see it from Dimitri.
Robert, you require 100.
You'll see it from Gurney. But that is a 5.
85.
And that has turned into 85,
Diogo,
which,
you require 45.
considering the first dart, is not a bad visit. But Robert could be 3-0 down here if Diogo hits double 16 eventually.
13.
Small miss.
Robert's
got to show
79.
that quintessential tenacity right now if he wants to hang on to the Brazilian tops.
39.
Misses by a very small margin.
Diogo, you require 32.
What a great chance this is for Diogo. Has it happened again? Has he blocked himself out?
No score.
Well, I think he was trying to go over the 2 darts,
Robert, you require
not under
40.
them. And Robert's been given a get-out-of-jail-free card here.
Game show on the third
and
leg.
manages to
Robert
use it.
Thornton.
Even when he hits the double 10, he is shaking his head because he understands that he is not playing his best darts in this match. But he is very much in it now, as opposed to being 3-0 down. He's only 2-1 down.
Diogo to throw first. Game on.
I think it's fair to say that this game is not living up to any sort of billing. The averages are way down.
45.
Now, Diogo's not played a lot of competitive darts over the last month to 6 weeks. So if he starts to tire at this time of day, I wouldn't be shocked. But
60.
Robert should be well tuned to playing at this time of day now. It's his 4th day in a row.
140.
And he's starting to grind. And I'm not talking about his teeth. That treble 20's taken a bit of a battering today, hasn't it? I think Robert might be using those points that Simon Whitlock
135
has fashioned in the past. I know that some of Simon's buddies have been on the phone to him asking for those points. I know Steve West has.
140.
Great lead from Diogo. Guaranteed shot for a 3-1 lead. Very, very sinkable. And no, I'm not talking about the Yarrow submarine again.
Diogo, you require 76.
16 it is. He may have contemplated the single 20.
56. Robert, you require 96.
What does he do if he gets the single 20? Doesn't matter. Double 18 was always going to be in play in that combination, because if he gets the single, he's going to go double 18 for double top. But as it stands, it's the double 18 that gets him level. And that tenacity I thought we might see, well, it's got him to 2-2.
To throw first. Game on. $41.
I just wonder, with the range of Diogo's darts,
39.
when he gets it right with those shorter stems, it's amazing how concentrated the points are. But in order to throw a dart with a short stem, you've got to be really accurate. You've got little stability in the air with a short stem. Now, Robert, that's something he's always had. He's always used a short stem.
180.
I just wonder, to get more consistency, whether Diogo, who has just proved that he can hit 180s with the short stem,
56.
maybe could use an extra few millimeters on that stem just for an extra bit of stability. That's me being somewhat speculative. And look what he's doing to prove me wrong.
140.
Throwing beautiful darts in the last 6.
140.
Fantastically done from both players. But it's Portela who has the break opportunity. And he's back in that lipstick. Oh no, he's Robin Hooded it.
80.
Look at the wobble in that dart.
But you require 120.
Oh, that is so unlucky. Oh, look at this. Bullseye.
99.
That would have been salt in the wound there for the Brazilians, who has to change his stem because one of them
62.
exploded. As soon as he Robin Hooded the dart, he hit the prong of the stem and it completely broke. That is a stem that will find its way to the bottom of the wastebasket. $62 to get the lead back. A very safe 20. Good shot.
46.
A narrow miss at 16s again. He's been robbed in that region
25.
of the board so far today. And Thornton is looking for the lead for the first time.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
3 straight
Robert
legs
Thornton.
it is for Robert Thornton. And it looks like not only Robert is playing better at this stage of the game, but he's getting a little bit fortunate as well with the misses of the
Diogo
Brazilians.
to throw first. Game on.
Might be getting a little bit warm in that room as well.
60.
Diogo with the full zip down version of the shirt now. Not full Ted Hankey.
123.
Well, in relation to how we refer to things in darts, if someone takes the zip down to the bottom, it's not a full hanky, because hanky would button his shirt
140.
and there'd only be one button done, and it's the bottom one. Strong look.
85.
How much would you want to see Ted Hankey here? Answer me that. Wouldn't that be fun? I think everybody's got a Ted Hankey story.
57.
Not least my commentary colleague Chris Mason, after their blistering semi-final from 2000 at Lakeside,
137.
which is one of the most overshadowed games in history. Chris will be back next week. Be nice to have him back in the chair.
122. Robert, you require 100.
I will be watching on to see how next week's field does. As for what that field will be, I will inform you of that on Saturday night. So you'll have to wait.
Diogo, you require
So there.
122.
To save the match, Diogo needs 4 18s and a bull. We've seen this today from Kevin Burness, but he got the 2 trebles for double 7. Nod of approval from the Thorn,
97.
but no nod of approval from Diogo
Robert,
on his
you
own
require
shot.
56.
And Robert now looking to get to 6 points with Kevin Burness.
Game
does.
shot on the match.
Beautiful shot.
Robert Thornton.
And a beautiful leg as well. Their first meeting finishes up with a nice mark of respect at the end, but it is Diogo who's on the end of another defeat, and Thornton is very much alive for the top spot in the table. Average-wise, it's not brilliant in that match, only 80 for the 2, but the checkered percentages, we can throw those away as well. Let's focus on the next match, shall we? As we go into the final 5 games, it is Matt Dennant against Kevin Burness. back. It's game number 11 coming in now, and our league leader, Kevin Burness, will return to the hockey now to take on Matthew Dennant, who has let a couple of games slip today. He's only got 2 points in the table, but he could have had 6. Nice chuckle shared between the two. Nice to see. But at times today, Matthew Dennant has not been chuckling. I'm sure some portion of his brain will be thinking, how on earth did I lose that first game of the day to Jamie Keling by 4-3? He missed 8 match darts there.
It's Kevin to throw first.
Then he responded brilliantly with a great 4-1 victory over Diogo Portela. But then, unfortunately for Matt, it was back to missed match darts against Robert Thornton, where he lost 4-3.
100.
That was probably the best game we've seen today.
$59.
But with Thornton getting to 6 points, with 1 match remaining, Kevin Burness has company on that number of points
60.
In order to palm off the rest of the field, including Thornton. A 4th win from 4 here for Kevin. And he'll be very, very close
60
to being top of the table going into tomorrow. The interesting thing is, in relation to that, his
58.
last game of the day is against Robert. So whoever put this schedule together, kudos.
100.
Because it looks like that will determine who wins today's table. But don't count out Richie Burnett yet, who still
99.
has 2 matches left. If Matt Dennant does Richie and Robert a favour here, it's all to play for.
100. Kevin, you require 144.
6 darts is very luxurious in this position.
82.
And he finally used it in the end.
$100.
Matt,
Kevin, you require
evidently
62.
disappointed with the last start and the last 2 visits. Looks like the leg is getting away from him.
46.
But it hasn't.
Matt, you require 82.
Stealing opportunity here in 6 visits. Does the right thing with the first 2.
62.
But again on tops. Doesn't
Kevin, you
quite
require
find the
60.
target.
Game shot on the first
Kevin
leg.
Burness
Kevin
does.
Burness.
And not for the first time today. He's saying to the dart, get up. So maybe just a sign that he needs to throw the darts a tiny bit harder for
Secondly,
him
it's
to be
Matt
happy
throw
about
first.
his performance.
Game on.
When you're playing not at your optimum level and still winning every match,
97.
you will be fluffing your confidence without knowing it.
$99.
He's been in such a beautiful rhythm this week. And the only time Kevin has really struggled was Tuesday.
140.
Everything was so swimming on Monday when he got 2 ton plus averages. But on Tuesday, things just weren't going his way. It wasn't continuing
98.
from Monday's play. It was a very, very strange day for him. And I think a lot of it was due to losing to Richie Burnett in the very first game of the day by 4-3. It continued against James Richardson, where he lost 4-0.
100.
He lost to Aaron Monk after that by 4-2, but he did revive his chances by winning against Aaron Monk.
58.
In fact, he won against Robert Thornton in Game 12 of Tuesday. But he
60.
left Tuesday with his
Matt,
tail
you
between his
require
legs a little bit because he was on the
146.
end of 111 average from Martin Adams.
$59.
That is a really
Kevin, you
unfortunate
require
59. All 3 darts on the wire. Great second dart. He's going to leave it handy.
96.
Dennant knows this has to go.
Require 87.
Brilliant.
Game show on the second leg. Matt Dennant.
I don't really need to say much more about that checkout because I've just said the right word. Brilliant. As soon as you get the 51 and you take the 36, there's nothing more needs to be said. So let's go into the next leg.
To throw first. Game on. $97.
If Matt does have a miss,
137.
and this is based on what I've seen from him in the past, it's a dart that dips low.
96.
Now, I love his technique. His darts are quite short, though. This is perfect.
125.
Give them real purpose, real grit and pace about that throw. But sometimes, if he just under pitches, the dart tends to dive under the target by a good centimetre. Like that one. That one dipped.
46.
The way his darts sit in the board, the tendency is for the dart to spike, for the flight to be higher than the point by quite
80.
some way. But when he gets the timing of the release right, his 180 capabilities are frightening.
$57. Kevin, you require 88.
Well, it was 87 in the last leg. Could it be 88 here? There's your answer. It is a no.
$72. Matt, you require 136.
This has got to be 3 perfect darts, and unfortunately the first one is low.
96.
Kevin is
Kevin,
fortunate
you require 16.
to be back.
Game show on the third leg.
He's had a lot of success on that double 8. Maybe not at first most of the time, but when he gets a chance with a second poke, he has been absolutely deadly. And he is back in front now.
Game on.
I don't have a record of these two meeting, which is interesting considering that they have shared the same venues
42.
a lot over the last few years. And I was talking in Kevin's last match,
140.
where he dispatched Jamie Keling by 4 legs to 1, about famous Kevins. Well, of course, there are plenty of famous Kevins in darts. Let me just run through a few. Kevin Spearleck, remember him? Left-hander? Great player from the southeast of England.
100.
Kevin Painter, of course. Kevin Munch, famous German player. Kevin McDine, from my neck of the woods.
60.
Kevin Knopf, from Germany. I like that name, because Knopf means button. Can't go without saying Kevin Dowling. What a player.
From
Coventry in Warwickshire. A very, very fine player and a fine man as well. One of the nicest guys I've ever talked to outside of a dartboard venue.
81.
Doesn't have to go for the 12 bull route. Just figures that out first with a little glance to the scoreboard.
41.
And leaves himself very handily placed. Just looking too sharp, too strong, too ready.
58.
And it's tops for 3-1. Just to the right of that one will do.
Game show on the fourth leg. Kevin Burnett.
Well, he read the instruction manual, didn't he? As soon as he misses just over the top to the left, go a little bit to the right. Doesn't even need a use of a guide. And he's 3-1 up.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Just very, very good. He's more comfortable in a higher average region today than
100.
anybody else. That's why he continues to win. Won with a 91.88 average in his first match.
140.
Won with a 90.77 average in his second match. Won with a 90.79 average in his third match. Right here, he's averaging 92.
140.
He is constantly living in that low 90s range, and it's too good for this field. With a leg like this, it's going to improve. When he got that 117.2 average on Monday, he finished with a 12 darter on the bull for a 121.
Kevin,
This
you require 41.
is for another 12 darter, but he could get it better than that.
33.
He'll have to settle for a 13 to 15 dart leg. This is looking like the best average of the day so
97.
far.
Kevin, you require 8.
And it will be if he hits this.
Game shot
And he
out
has
the match.
a great
Kevin
performance,
Burness.
a 13 darter to finish things off. And Kevin Burness still undefeated, 4 wins from 4. And if he wins his last match against Robert Thornton in a couple of games' time, he will be perfect for the day. 95.73 is definitely our best average of the day. 44% on the doubles for him. Obviously, Matt only had a couple of shots, but that's the key. You've got to get more shots against Burness. Matt will return in a bit, but as for the next game, it's Keling and Burnett, who have 2 matches left. This is their penultimate one. Hello and welcome back to our Online Darts Live League coverage for the day. It is going to be Jamie Keling against Richie Burnett in this match, and this is the first time they have ever met. Really looking forward to this game, because Jamie Keling, who has 2 matches remaining, he will play 2 of the last 4 matches, as will Richie Burnett, but they will have different opponents to finish their campaign. Richie will go up against Matt Dennant, who has just played his penultimate match and lost to Kevin Burness. Jamie will play against Diogo Portela in match number 14.
Okay, first leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Richie looking
Game on.
a bit chipper. And if we look at his situation in the table, well, it's fascinating to say the least, because 2 players will come through this group and go to the finals.
95.
And currently, Richie is in 3rd place. Now, we all know that tomorrow is when you write your ticket to the finals. But you've got to be in position to get a spot when you're there. This is a very important game.
60.
A win will get him level on points with Robert Thornton in 2nd position. We can talk more about the leg difference
41.
as this particular group moves on further. Unless Robert beats Kevin Burness in the next match, Burness will take 1st position
60.
into Friday. But Burnett could keep pace with both of them if the following scenario pans out.
100.
First, Richie needs to beat Jamie Keling. Then Robert Thornton beats Kevin Burness. And then Richie beats Matt Dennant. We would then have 3 players on 8 points going into tomorrow. And if that materialises, we will have a bit of a gap between those 3 and the rest.
59.
And it may prove that playing the previous 3 days was absolutely a key to success in this group. Treble 15 maybe. Or treble 19.
128.
Or treble 11.
Jamie require 100.
Would have left him on 36. He's starting to leave double 18 a bit more than he was earlier in the week.
98.
He's starting to
Richie
find different ways of
61.
leaving it, so maybe he just fancies it. Double 16.
45.
That
Jamie
did not go
69.
to plan. This could. Double 12.
Game shot on the first leg.
Splendid.
Jamie Keling.
2-dart checkout there from Jamie Keling, who was watching on most of that leg and just waiting for Richie to take that leg. But he's taken it himself. Fine 69 checkout.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on. $100.
Is this the point of the day where Jamie Keling gets his 2nd win? Don't forget that he could still finish on 6 points.
100.
If he beats Burnett and beats Diogo, he will, I think, be very happy with 6 points. He will be in the mix for tomorrow.
100.
I think he just needs one decent performance to bolster his confidence for this week. He hasn't played well today. I think that's fair of me to assume, because all of his averages have been in the 70s. He's much better than that. He's much better than that. He has a best average in the live league this year, way above that.
96.
His best average was 98.5. He's had
60.
a lot of games, actually. Jamie is now playing his 40th match and has won 20. So his win percentage right now is exactly 50%, which is respectable. You'd much rather that was about 10% or 15% more.
Jamie, you require 100.
Because if it was, you'd be known as prolific. Double 16.
68.
He's getting closer to
Richie,
those
you require
3-dart checkouts,
141.
isn't he? Could this go? He's going to go 45.
105.
This one is getting away
Jamie, you
from
require
Richie.
32. Game shot
Oh,
on the
that's a
second
superb
leg.
dart. Earlier in the
Jamie
day,
Keling.
He had some problems on double 16. He blocked it twice on the outside and had to go to the left. This time, he gets a pinpoint second dart and finds his way to a 2-0 lead.
Game on. 44.
Well, when Richie Burnett won that world title, Jamie Keling was a mere nipper. About 5 years of age.
100.
That's one of the great things about this sport. The age gaps sometimes between the players.
$134.
Distinctly remember Nico Blum of Germany being the first player to have been born in this millennium,
96.
playing on the European Tour in Saarbrücken. And I do believe he beat Josh Payne in his first game. We've had more people born in this millennium playing in European Tour matches since, and indeed in Players' Championships and the Online Darts Live League in the shape of Nathan Gervin.
96. Richie, you require 143.
Times are moving on, but the veterans have still got it. And if this goes, it would have been some 6-dart conversion. It would have been 323 in 6.
107.
Great leg from Burnett. And again, he leaves double 18. His 19th game of the week.
42.
When you've seen that many
Richie,
games
you require 36.
from someone, you start to establish patterns. That is a bad visit. Should bust a lot, really.
No score. Jamie, you require 100.
There is an argument to say that leaving double 4 is better than leaving double 18 because it splits down more even. Because if you go inside of 2 doubles,
38.
you still have a shot at a double. Whereas with
Richie,
18s and 9s, you don't.
36.
Double 18, second take. Double 9.
Game shot on the third leg.
There she
Richie
goes.
Burnett.
A little bit of arm flailing again from Richie Burnett. He really has been giving you your money's worth on the Online Darts YouTube channel this week, hasn't he? Been absolutely fantastic, but he's still losing this match.
Game on.
That's not me predicting that he's going to lose the match. He is just behind
41.
currently. Just to give you an insight as to what we have for you this evening, we will start at 10 p.m. on the Online Darts
100.
YouTube channel. And of course, we will be on Sporty Stuff TV tonight as well. Check your local listings for Sporty Stuff TV. We will have Aaron Monk, Chaz Barstow, Colin Monk, James Richardson and Scott Marsh, all battling over 4 games each. And headlining tonight, for me anyway, is the Monk versus Monk derby. Father versus son. And we have seen that, of course, this year already, with James Richardson playing his son Josh. But I get the feeling that the Monk derby might have a bit of extra spice to it.
45.
As the day gets older, that kickback from Burnett starts to accentuate. Word to the wise, Jamie. Stay at the back of the room.
45.
I'm not going to say it. The old scorpion kick was my wording. It wasn't. It was
60.
first coined by Dan Dawson. But the more you look at it, the more it actually does resemble the behaviour of a scorpion.
56.
And as a scorpion does, he wants to bite right here, does Richie.
100.
Well, that's not a bite. That's more of a sting.
Jamie require 114.
Treble 18.
42.
No, I think it's
Richie
fair enough
require
for
56.
Jamie to complain about that, because to not get anywhere close to that treble 18, that was a mistake.
Game shot on the fourth
And
leg.
Burnett is
Richie
straight into
Burnett.
punish. It looks like Jamie Kelling's stranglehold on this game has been lost. Richie Burnett, who is still in his quest of catching his mate Thornton, and Burness
Fifth leg,
still
it's
on.
Richie
2-2.
to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yes, don't miss tonight's action, where it's 5 players and not 6. And 2 players will, well, actually 3 players will progress
45.
from Group B. So what would your strongest possible weekly finals be? Adams is there.
60.
Possibly Barstow. James Richardson, potentially, after the way he's played at times this week. Of course, he got a 9-darter on Tuesday.
61.
It could have been 3 this week. We saw a miss from Adams and a miss from someone else as well.
100. $100.
Burnett has still got that 1-dart lead after 9 darts in the 5th. But from this group, imagine if you had Burness through and either
100.
Burnett or Thornton playing well. It looks like they are separating themselves from the rest of the pack here.
100.
However
Richie
it
require
will be,
141.
it's going to be a fantastic group on Saturday night. Yeah, I like the 25 switch there. Takes the bullseye out of play, because if Jamie gets something sizable here, you want to be going at the outer ring with 1 dart, not the bull. That is
Richie require 76.
a case of a leopard changing its spots there. That's not a shot he would have gone for earlier in his career. Double 8.
$60.
And issues down at double 8.
Jamie, you
Not for the
require
first time
98.
this week. Oh, that's a great first off for double 19.
Game show on the 5th
What a
leg.
kill.
Jamie Keling.
And Richie Burnett can't believe that. As soon as Jamie Keling turns around, he will have seen half a flail of an arm there, as if to say, that leg should have been mine, bud. But it's Jamie's.
Game on.
Look at the emotion. Looks like the kind of situation where Richie's dropped a 20 and found a quid.
125.
£20, that is, not 20 pence. Many a story has been told
60.
through the beauty of the microphone here at the Online Darts Live League. And there will be more, I'm sure, once my memory is jogged. And I'm sure Chris Mason has told a few stories too.
60.
But I'm not sure if there is a dart player on the planet that has a better story than Richie Burnett. I heard
60.
yesterday that maybe there's going to be a movie about Jamie Vardy, the striker from Leicester City. Well, if Jamie Vardy's getting a movie,
100.
we need a petition that Richie gets one as well. I don't think the idea of Zac Efron playing Jamie Vardy is a wise one.
100.
I do like the idea of Russia fans playing Richie Burnett, though. That makes me want to buy a ticket now.
100.
This game is getting away from Richie fast, unless he maxes here. He squints a bit. Oh, look at the reaction. He knows the first dart's perfect. He skips the third one in.
Jamie, you require 116.
But it's still up to Jamie. He was learning how to play Richie Burnett on the fly here. Oh, great second dart. Double 18 to get his first win since the very first match of the day.
98.
And it misses by a very
Richie,
small
you require
margin.
141.
And Keling now has a decision to make. Straight for it,
Jamie, you require
or split.
18.
Straight for it.
Game shot
Good plan.
of the match.
Jamie
Keling
Keling plays his best game of the day. He took his chances and he gets a 4-2 win and dents the hopes of Richie Burnett in getting to 8 points for the day. He'll have to wait for the opportunity of getting to 6. But the next match that we will see, after we see the averages there, 86 from Burnett, a little better than Jamie's, but that is the most consistent we've seen from Jamie. 57% on the doubles. That is the key stat. That's what won him that match. Well, Kevin Burness and Robert Thornton will now come to the hockey. It will be a fast, furious game, and it will determine who wins the daily table. Time to find out who wins this daily table today. You may have had a little flutter this morning to see whether Robert Thornton or Kevin Burness were going to top the table going into Friday. We hope you've been gambling responsibly, of course. But now is the time for Robert to strike. And the only way he can win the table is if he wins 4-0. He's had a decent day, Robert. Picked up 6 points from a potential 8. But the problem he has is the fact that Kevin Burness owns a leg difference far superior to his. He's going to have to win 4-0. And if he doesn't...
Okay, first leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Quite simply, nobody's going to catch
Game on.
Kevin Burness. But in Kevin's case, another win here to have the perfect 10 for the day, that will set up a perfect Friday. Because he will feel unbeatable going into the second day. And he will be very, very close to being part of the
90.
top 2 that go through this group. He'll be in a similar position to that of Martin Adams from Monday.
121.
Strong start. And that start that Martin got on Monday, where he picked up the perfect 10 points,
43.
ensured that he had a 4-point gap to his next challenger. Well, if Kevin does that, he's guaranteed to have that 4-point gap because anybody else can only get to 6 if he wins. I said it was a strong
44.
start.
Kevin, you require 100.
I should have said a very strong start. Double 10.
90.
Almost a 12 darter. Well, he's got a lead of only 314 points here. James Richardson hit that 9-darter the other day.
Kevin,
Somebody said on Twitter
10.
his opponent required 400 and something. I thought that was quite witty.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's
Kevin
not witty.
Burnett.
That's just very useful and very smart as well, because he didn't want to go to double 5 to possibly eke his way down to double 2 and double 1. That was a smart split, in my opinion.
First. Game on.
As for Robert's day, it started with a defeat, another defeat to Richie Burnett, sorry. In their head-to-head record, he is now 6-3 down before they play their 10th online darts live league match tomorrow.
$24.
Is he tiring at the end of a session again? It seems to keep happening. In his last match on Monday, he lost to Adams. Fair enough, considering Adams averaged almost 101. He lost to James Richardson in his last match on Tuesday. Admittedly, Richardson averaged 105.
60.
And then in his last match yesterday, he lost to Adams again, and Adams almost averaged 101 again. So every time he plays his last match of the day, someone averages a ton. And if Kevin does that, it'll be the first ton plus average of the day, because we haven't had one.
98.
Not to say that we haven't had a brilliant standard, because we've had plenty of ton plus averages this week. And not just the hundreds and 101s, 102s. We've had some 105s, a 107, a 111, a 117.
$99.
Sensible mathematics there from
Kevin,
the
you
Thorn.
require 152.
But he's under pressure again. 72. Surely the treble 16 is waiting.
128.
Well done, Kevin.
Robert, you require 160.
He's going to get a look at that double 12. He's looking too good at this point.
92.
He's averaging
Kevin,
way more than Robert.
24. Game shot.
He's
on the
also
second
winning
leg.
2 legs to
Kevin
0.
Burnett.
Looking to dispatch the Thorn to finish on the perfect 10 points after 5 games today. He's done very well and unmistakably has been the best player on Thursday.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Maybe a little bit of perspiration on the
125.
back of the head and neck area there for Robert. Just goes to show that when a dart player goes to an hockey or a playing arena like this, you have to take things that make you feel comfortable. Whether it's a bottle of water,
120.
whether it's a towel, chalk, wax for your grip, spare equipment in case you have some sort of malfunction or accident.
140.
Every single dart player is different. Some people have lucky charms. Anything and everything to perform at your best.
60.
That's why dart cases have got bigger over the last few years, because dart players require more space for things that they need.
140.
This is a better leg from Robert, but it's no guarantee of a win.
100. Robert, you require
Right behind
81.
him is Burness. Here he comes.
Game shot on the third
Mr.
leg.
Tenacity.
Robert Thornton.
He's not having any of it, leaving 81 after 9 and taking it out in 11. Equals his best leg of the week. He could have had a 10 a couple of days ago, but it turned out to be an 11, just like that one there. He's now
Robert
2-1
to
down.
throw first. Game on.
Quite amusing that
81.
again his opponent is averaging 100 in his last match of the day. Can Burness maintain that? Looks like he can.
140. $60.
Kevin Burness first came to the Online Darts Live League, I said he looked like Greg Wallace, one of the hosts of UK MasterChef. Well, he has served up
137.
4 brilliant courses so far. All he needs now is the dessert.
100.
He's definitely working on that overstacking method, isn't he? Getting them to land on top of each other. It really does work for him.
135.
But after bossing this match in the first couple of legs,
83.
Thornton has found
Robert,
a bit of rhythm here.
88.
Double 7.
Game shot on the
Not just
forehead,
rhythm,
Robert
but accuracy
Thornton.
as well. And he's going to get the blood pumping a little bit now because he looks like a player who doesn't want to lose his last match of the day again. Maybe he's just said, right, I've had enough of that.
First. Game on. $99.
Could be a very good 3 legs about to come up here. Really interested to see what Robert Thornton was doing with his face mask there. Was he trying to take a deep breath but not put Kevin off at the same time? If that's the case, that's really respectful because this room is very quiet.
99.
I've had a tweet from Martin Dodd asking when I'm going to be in action again. That's a very good question. Well, after elbow surgery a couple of weeks ago, I'm still in recovery. And that's still going to take another 2 to 3 weeks before another operation is booked. So my aim is to be back throwing darts in October. That is my goal. The next operation I am looking to get is worse than the one I've just had. So hopefully at the back end of 2021. If I'm throwing by Halloween, I'll be a happy man.
97.
Thornton has taken his foot off the pedal in this leg. And he's not going to leave a finish.
140. Kevin, you require 66.
To get the lead back. Double 18.
Game shot on the
what a
fifth
good leg that is.
Kevin Burnett.
That gets his average back above 101 once more. So it is happening again, Robert. And if you want to win this last game of the day for yourself, you have got to win 2 legs straight. You might need 2 12-darters. When someone, or some
96.
people, keep averaging over a ton against you, it's a mark of respect. But is it a mark that at this point of the day, players really are in tune with what they're capable of? The arm turns into a dart flinging machine.
58.
The autopilot feels good. Just speak to anybody who's been in a really long World Championship match.
60.
The last 20 to 30 minutes of that match, you don't even think about what you're doing because your arm already knows.
140.
Muscle memory and all those hours of practice. And Burness is sprinting towards the line. If one mistake comes from Thornton here, he will be in.
59.
That could be it. If another big score comes here, and it is going to come. Oh, brilliant. Extraordinary.
80. Robert,
back-to-back maximums to set up double 12 for the match and for the perfect 10 points.
40. Kevin, you require 24.
Said that Robert needed 2 12s. I was right.
Game
Well, that's a brilliant finish from Kevin Burness. 13 darter, and he does get the perfect 10 points. A beautiful display and a great comeback from finishing mid-table yesterday in Group A. He's going to finish top of the table today, and he's going to take some stopping if he keeps playing like that. Best average of the day, and yet again, somebody's averaged over 100 against Robert Thornton in the last match. Well, it's all about the positions after Kevin Burness now. Who's going to position themselves well? First, it's Keling and Portela, and Diogo is still looking for his first 2 points. Hello there and welcome back to the almost climax of today's action. We're going to have Jamie Keling and Diogo Portela for their final match in match 14. And they're just about finished their practice darts in the room here now. It hasn't gone to plan for Diogo today. 4 games and 4 defeats. So with Kevin Burness bagging the 10 points as we get a dab from the Brazilian. Didn't expect to see that just now. That would be a great way to finish off a follow-through in darts. That would take Richie Burnett's scorpion kick to another level. Or would it? Anyway, as we digress, Kevin Burness has finished on 10 points and an excellent plus 13 for his leg difference. He plays like that tomorrow, he is absolutely through to the finals. Closest challenger is Robert Thornton, who has finished on 6 points and plus 1. Now, Jamie Keling, if he wins 4-0 in this match, he will finish on exactly the same spot as Robert Thornton all of a sudden. But first and foremost, Jamie will be looking for the points. 6 points for the day will put him in contention ahead of tomorrow. And then, of course, Matt Dennant against Richie Burnett will follow in the last match of the day. And with Burnett on 4 and Dennant on 2,
180.
This is now a great opportunity for Keling to be in the top half of the table.
96.
Going into Friday. Portela has started perfectly. And it continues. Goal! Had to do it at some point, didn't I? And if he hits the 9 darter, what can I think of? I might have just let the cat out of the bag.
60.
Come on, Diogo.
You require 141.
Do it for Uncle Ricardo. That's why he's wearing the black armband after losing his uncle recently. But
59.
if he'd have hit that 9 darter, I would have just dropped the mic and clapped. That would have been something else.
95. Diogo, you require 82.
17 for tops for a very strong start. Just about. Almost left double 3.
42.
And that's what you call the professional miss on the top side.
$85.
I think Jamie knows that the leg
40.
should be lost here. Not yet.
30.
Not yet.
Jamie, you require
Earlier in the week, we
129.
had somebody who missed a 9-darter on double 12 and lost the leg. That was Martin Adams. Well, Diogo didn't get to
57.
dart number 9.
Diogo, you require 10.
But he still hasn't won this leg yet.
Game shot on the
He
first
has now.
leg. Diogo Portela.
Well done, Diogo. And sometimes when you have legs like that where you've gone perfect to start and you've got a chance of losing it, it is a case of taking a big breath and just a sigh of relief
Diogo
as you go into leg 2.
Game on.
I have seen from Diogo in the Live League play some incredible darts.
98.
Maybe not this year, but when he played last year, he was playing a lot of games from his home in Chorley.
140.
Has, of course, moved on to Cambridgeshire now. But there were many things that happened last year in the Live League for Diogo. We had the appearance of the unlucky cat.
97.
He was winning until the cat showed up. The cat sat on the shelf for the rest of the day and he didn't win a match. So he christened his cat the unlucky cat.
57.
There was a game he had against Martin Adams where he hit 270 checkouts in one match. That was quite incredible. And there was one day where he had a couple of near misses at the start of the campaign. But by the end of the day, he really started to find his groove. And he won his last 3 matches, all with blistering displays.
60.
And that proved to me at the time that he just needed more games. I think maybe the same could be said for right now.
96.
In order to get more games, though, you need to win games. That's the tough thing about this league. You don't get to the finals via invitation. You get there by winning.
Diogo, you require 126.
That's handy. Bullseye.
78. Jamie, you require 104.
Not to be on the 126 and not to be on the 104 because we all have a 99 here at
40.
the Online Darts Live
Diogo,
League,
you
but
require
nobody can do
48.
it in 2 darts. Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
He's had
Diogo
issues
Portela.
down there today, but not on this occasion. And it's not the first time he's taken a 2-0 lead. On the other occasions, he has let them go. This time, he can't afford that.
The leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
If he's got any
Game.
chance of making it through this group, you feel Portela may have to win this match and all 5 tomorrow. But if you think
51.
about where Kevin Burness is sitting now at the top of the tree, a win for Portela here in keeping a 6-point gap to Keling. That's a great result for Burness.
133.
I just don't envisage the way that Kevin's played today, him not getting through
140.
tomorrow. I can't see it. I know that he had a good day on Monday and a bad day on Tuesday, but this is different.
$38.
Now, if the fixtures come out and Robert Thornton and Burness do battle first, well, that could be a huge, huge match. It could see Burness
100.
with 1 foot in the finals after his first game tomorrow.
$84.
This has been very good. He's just hanging on to Keling in this 3rd leg.
$58.
He doesn't extend his reach too much there, the tall lad from Andover.
$100.
Great ton,
Jamie, you require 152.
but it's Jamie who gets first crack. What's the best 146 checkout you've ever seen?
128. Diogo, you require
Probably Simon Whitlock
140.
against Jamie Caven at the European Championship to win by the odd leg after a massive comeback. But it is Keling on the comeback here after
44.
losing the
Jamie,
first
you
two legs.
require 24.
Double 12. Oop, that's a slip.
15 left.
Double 4.
Game shown the
Finds
third
that
leg.
one.
Jamie Keling.
I didn't mean to put it in the 9, but it was a really good fixed job there from the Yellow Submarine. Or should I say the Villarreal of darts. I might have to call him that from now on. That's the thing I've learned for the day.
Diogo to throw
But
first.
it's 2-1 to Diogo.
Game on.
Well, just for one of our backroom staff who I know is listening in.
60.
He likes the way I say Portela's first name in full-on Geordie. Diogo. That would be a great Brazilian player to
134.
play for Newcastle United. If you had a Geordie commentator just saying Diogo all the time. Well, one thing a lot of people might not remember is that the first Brazilian footballer to play in the top flight in England played for Newcastle
60.
in the form of Mirandinha. There's one of the mindless facts that I know.
140.
Would have cost you a few quid to get it on the back of the shirt back then. That was in the 80s.
44.
I'm sure Chris Dobie's probably got that shirt. I think he's got more Newcastle United shirts than anybody.
100.
Jamie Keling leaving the 127 in game. Earlier in the week, I did dare
100.
our
Jamie, you
referee
require
to say
127.
127 in game if somebody hit it. Let's find out. Bullseye. No, Jamie,
95.
no. I'm going to have him for that. I knew it was the right thing to do.
77. Jamie, you require 32.
It doesn't have the same ring to it, but it will get him level.
Game shown the full flag. Jamie
Superb
Keling.
stuff from Jamie Keling. That is a 14 darter, and he's really starting to make a move now. I mentioned a little bit earlier that Diogo had got leads before. This time, it looks like the same is happening again. The
Fifth leg,
Richie
it's
Burnett
Jamie to
match,
throw first.
where he
Game
was
on.
in front the whole game. He was 2-0 up, then 3-2 up, and ended up losing 4-3. That is probably the one that stung the most.
140.
But of the two players, it is Keling who stands the better chance of getting through the group.
43.
Especially if he gets 2 more points. And I think Jamie Keling would admit that he's played all right
42.
at times, but overall, he would probably be dissatisfied with the way he's played. I think one of the reasons why Jamie's averaging
58.
better in this match, he's actually around the 88.5 mark, is because he played better against Burnett in his last match where he won 4-2. That's given him a bit of a shot in the arm. Add to that the fact that Portela is not playing as well as he did in the first 2 legs. Until now. That's better.
180.
That was a really forceful third dart. I love to see that. Give it some chutzpah.
60.
I still don't know what that word means.
$85.
Well, if you are a darts fan, this is the kind of day for you. Not only do we have the climax of Group C for today,
57.
because we do have Group C
Diogo, you
tomorrow
require
as well.
135.
You got Premier League darts tonight. That is a bullseye. Oh, that's a thing of beauty.
83.
Premier League tonight. And of course, you've got Group
Jamie,
B
you
tonight.
require
Do not miss that.
144.
It's going to be great. It's going to be like a bowl of Frosties.
60.
Other cereals are available.
Diogo, you require 52.
To get the lead back. Double 10.
Game shown the fifth
Really,
leg.
really
Diogo
well thrown.
Portela.
And he has an opportunity now to exercise the demons from his game with Richie Burnett, because the situation is exactly the same. 2-0, 2-2, 3-2.
Diogo to throw first. Game on.
On this occasion, he is
43.
throwing for the match in leg number 6.
$134.
In the previous occasion against Bennett, he threw for the match in leg 7. So it is a tiny bit different.
85.
Oh, that one was a bit shouldery. That loopy throw of Keling where the dart comes back to his eye line, almost vertical. And then when it's delivered, it has a real loop to it as it hits the board.
134.
Great switch. Stays in touch with Keling. But he's back in there. And again.
121.
He would have wanted something smaller than that, but he won't say no to having 106 and possibly 6 for it.
57.
That's what he gets.
Jamie, you require 106.
Treble 18.
43.
Oh, and that was just a little bit messy. I'm not talking about the striker from Barcelona. He's going to be under it now.
100. Jamie requires 63.
This doesn't go. He may have to survive a match dart. 45 left. Still 13 if he wishes. Gets it just.
47.
That was just, again, like
Diogo,
the previous
you require
visit, just a
82.
little bit messy. And Portela now has to do something magical. And to not get a shot
42.
at a double from 82
Jamie, you
is
require
a mistake,
60.
unfortunately. And Keling should take this match to leg 7. I
No
can't
score.
believe that second dart didn't go in.
Diogo,
That
you
gap he
require
found must have been
40.
a millimetre wide. And Portela's got 3. To finish 4-2.
No
Oh,
score.
and Diogo misses a great chance to get his first 2 points of the day.
Jamie, you require 16.
Double 4.
Game shown the sixth leg.
Very, very good
Jamie
hit.
Keling.
And Jamie Keling, who won his first match of today after surviving 8 match darts, going into leg 7, he has already survived 3. Will there be more?
Seventh and
Let's find
final
out.
leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
We all know
45.
the story of Portela after watching him get his first World Championship win back in December, and the tears that followed and the relief that came out of his body
60.
after working so hard for that. One thing that Diogo is probably learning right now is that the hard work never stops.
59.
The pent-up emotion, it stays there. It builds up. And you have to release it periodically.
140.
That feeling of pressure is actually quite addictive.
60.
I think it's Jamie Keling who's trying to vent here, who has lost the lead in the last leg. And Diogo's just trying to stay straight.
97.
He's done well. That's a great last start.
93.
Keling knows the situation, that if he gets to 6 points somehow through this game, he is very much alive tomorrow. But if he loses, he's in trouble.
96.
And the one treble visits every time from Diogo have given him this chance. Ton, 97.
140.
Oh, they won it all right.
Diogo, you require 108.
Does he go to the 48? He does not get another match start.
52.
And he will not get another if this goes. No shot.
88.
But he's left one.
Diogo, you require 56.
Will it be a 4th and 5th match start? He's going to choose the very same target.
Game shot and
Great
the match.
shot.
Diogo
And a really,
Portela.
really nice conversion at the end. Nice respect between the players. It's really good to see. I know how much Jamie Keling wanted to finish on 6 points. It was a really tight game, as you can see. Went all the way to the end, the 7th leg again. But this time, Diogo Portela gets a 4th match start, and he finishes the job off to get his first 2 points. So nobody is going to go home without any points today. As far as the last game is concerned, it's Matt Dennant and Richie Burnett. A very vital game to see if they can position themselves to strike for tomorrow. To a close the action for Group C for Thursday anyway. We are about to get to the halfway point of this group. And it's very important for these two to win this match, to stay in touch with the possibility of maybe getting second place in this group. Matt Dennant has only got 2 points from his efforts today. Richie Burnett has 4. So imagine if Burnett wins this match and finishes on 6 with Robert Thornton, then we could have 3 players who have already played a group this week at the top of the table, and the other 3 are at the bottom 3. To make things really interesting, if Dennant wins this game, it will be 3 players on 4 points.
Okay, first leg, it's
Robert
Matt
on
to throw
6
first.
and Burness out on his own on 10. Without a doubt, the best player of the group so far. Diogo Portela has finished his day with 2 points and a leg difference of -7. He'll feel marginally better about his efforts. But it doesn't mean that he is getting his place off the bottom of the table, because that is assured.
180.
Burnett looking for one last big effort. Now, being contacted by Chris Mason in the break, we were talking about people's favourite players. And I said I didn't know who Chris's favourite player was. And I had a stab in the dark that it was Bristow. Well, he has confirmed that it is, in chronological order,
100.
Eric Bristow. Richie Burnett, very appropriate because he's playing now. Gary Anderson. And of the new crop of players, or the new generation,
85.
I'm with you there. Nathan Aspinall. Yeah, I like watching Aspinall too. Who doesn't? He's terrific.
140.
Hope you're well, Chris. Hope you enjoyed the action today. Hope you enjoyed the gym this morning. I want Chris Mason to bring his cat.
60.
And
Richie
while he's talking to you guys, I
81.
want him to be stroking the cat like a Bond buddy. That would be something to watch. Double 18.
63.
Burnett has missed it again.
Matt, you require 156.
He's had some really sharp times on double 18 this week, but today has not been one of them. I think it's also fair to say that Matt Dennant has not
41.
been 100%
Richie,
sharp
you
today.
require
That's
18.
why he's only got 2 points. Oh, Richie. That's the problem with going for the 10. You should go for the other wire, the 10 or a 6 wire. Is he going to finish a 15 darter on double 1?
60.
No. Oh, we've seen a
Matt,
10
you
darter
require 150.
on double 1 before on the Pro Tour from Michael van Gogh, and that was comical. Oh, Matthew Dennant's not going to break Richie's heart
59.
here.
Richie, you require 2.
Double 1, right next door to the double that he missed with his first crack at a double in this leg,
No
and he's missed
score.
again. Not happy,
you
Jan. As they
require
say in
56.
Australia, if you're not happy with something, Aussies say, not happy, Jan. Double top.
Game shone the first leg. Matt Dennant.
That one stings a bit. That one was firmly in the grasp of Richie Burnett, but it has been stolen away from him like a thief in the night. Matthew Dennant, the scholar, is 1-0 up.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
As a result of that, Richie might spend the rest of this match shaking his head. Well, just to
100.
mimic what Chris Mason has done with his chronological favourites in darts, I might have to do mine. From the first era, I'd have to go with Bob
83.
Anderson. I don't think that's a secret for any fans of mine. Idolise Bob, still to this day.
140.
Incredible dart player, incredible human being. And the same could be said for the next person, Dennis Priestley. Amazing man, amazing dart player.
60.
As for the next generation, that's a really interesting one.
134.
As for the current crop, I'd probably have to say the same. I like Aspinall. I love watching him. I have
40.
even
Richie, you
before he
require
made it big.
127.
So we'll come back to my third answer of 4, because Burnett is again in
59.
command. The last time he let a leg slip like that earlier in the day, he came back with a very strong leg after.
58. Richie requires 68.
Treble 20 for double 4. Just gets the single 16. The darts are starting to go low for Richie at this late stage of Thursday.
36.
And that one is going drastically left.
$123. Richie required 32.
32 at the second time of asking. Getting closer. Oh, this is going to annoy him immensely.
Matt, you require 137.
If this goes, I think Richie might explode.
59. Richie, you require 16.
Double 8.
Game
He's
shot
finally
second
found
leg.
it.
Richie
And there you
Burnett.
have a sign that Richie Burnett is just getting a little bit frustrated. He knows he should be 2-0 up, but the main thing is he has equalised after 2 legs now, so he has a chance to strike in leg 3.
To throw first.
I'm still thinking about
Game
my
on.
favourite player from Generation 3. I could easily say Gary Anderson. As
180.
Matthew Dennant gets himself a maximum to start leg 3. I'm sure Richie didn't want to hear that.
123.
I first met Gary Anderson back in the year 2000.
91.
I actually went to a few tournaments with him, so I got to know him quite well. And he was incredible well before he was a big star.
60.
He hasn't changed a bit. I promise you that. He has not changed one bit in 20 years. He still has that uncontrollable smile all the time.
100.
And he's still got the proclivity sometimes to lose his temper. Which is perfectly fine. We're all human.
180.
Well, this has been a terrific leg from both players. And Matt's going to have to find a wonder dart here to get a shot at the bull. Top left. Oh, what a dart from Dennant. That would have been a
83.
worldy
Richie
finish
require
if he'd have hit that
138.
bullseye. But he has not been friends with that bull today. I think he's had 4 shots at it, and he hasn't even hit the 25.
$44. Matt, you require 47.
Oh, does he go to the 15 or the 7? It's the 15.
Game shot.
That works.
Third leg. Matt
And
Dennant.
Richie Burnett gives him a nod of approval. That was a full-on Richie Burnett nodding dog, that one, wasn't it? Well, he deserved the respect because that was a really, really good 47 checkout to take a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I'm not going to lie, Mace. I am going to deviate away from Gary Anderson. I'm going to say Mervyn King because growing up,
41.
me and my best mate Chris Walker from Blythe, we idolised Merv. We loved him. We loved his action. We loved his darts.
60.
We loved the way he played. And I'd have to say my 4 are Bob Anderson, Priestley, King, and Aspinall.
140.
I'm not going to lie, though. Aspinall just pips Damon Heta. Because I am, if not the biggest Damon Heta fan, I'm one of the biggest fans because I think he's magic. Spending a bit of time in Scotland right now is Damo.
123.
Getting some Scottish air. Hope he's taking his big raincoat. He's been practicing with Alan Suter.
140.
That's what professional dart players do when they're not in action. They seek out other action. Well, the action
100.
of Richie Burnett in this match actually has been quite smooth for the later part of the day. Usually around now, it starts to kick a little bit.
139. Richie requires
Last three darts
97.
came out particularly smooth. That leaves 76, so double-double option. Okay.
87.
I think he miscounted. He's left double 10. Double 5. Well. Does he actually know?
46.
Now it matters.
Richie,
He's been given the old referee stare. Richie, he's right. Now it needs explaining. He had 97. Treble 7 leaves 76. He got the 54 on the effort. He understands it now. Here's the bright side, Richie. You've got 3 darts at the outer ring. You didn't leave yourself on something like 9 or 7. And he hasn't minded double 5 this week. And he doesn't mind it. It was on purpose, you see. It was just meant to be. Just a little bit of pausing for effect from our referee and from Richie, as if to say, do we really want double 5? Well, there you go. 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Entertainment machine that is Burnett. Even when he makes mistakes, they're entertaining.
39.
Speaking of entertaining, the match between Thornton and Burness, which saw the biggest average of the day from Kevin, 103.41 and 80% on his doubles.
100.
That's his second best display of the week. But Robert Thornton lost that match with an 87 average and 100% on his doubles.
180.
Matt Dennant making his move. That is his second maximum of the match.
59.
The last match went to 4-3, and I fully expect this one too as well.
57.
The way it's going.
$83.
The action is starting to get a bit more violent. Matt, watch your distance. You don't want to get kicked in the shins. It'd be like getting kicked by a horse. Look at the pace of it sometimes. I said yesterday, don't try this at home. Please don't. It'll hurt your back.
140. Matt, you require.
That's the old Rudolf Nureyev there, the old balancing dart. But Dennant needs 60 in bull. This time he doesn't get a shot at the bullseye.
64. Richie, you require 190.
$60 tops. Not the only way he could have done it, of course.
59.
Aaron Monk probably would have gone 2
Matt, you require
bullseyes.
65.
Tops for Dennant.
Game show on the fifth leg. Matt
Clean
Dennant.
as you like. 17 darter from Matthew Dennant, and he really does look good under pressure when he is throwing first. He looks likely to get the 4-2 victory. It's up to Richie to stop that.
To throw first. Game on.
A Dennant victory will see us have Keling,
24.
Burnett and Dennant on 4 points, behind Thornton in second and Burness alone at the top in a dominant 10-point position.
100.
Don't be shocked if someone like Dennant has a perfect day tomorrow and sneaks up on the top 2, which is where you need to be.
82.
If you have plans for tomorrow during the day, or indeed for tomorrow night, take us with you. You can
93.
watch on YouTube via your smart device. You should subscribe to the Online Darts YouTube channel and switch on the old
100.
notifications. And subscribe as well, and you won't miss a trick.
90.
You said the 18s first. I don't mind that at all. Because no matter what you get, whether it's a single or a treble, you still have to get 2 more trebles to leave a finish.
125.
That leaves a finish. He didn't want the 170. He wanted to try and leave something under 120.
85.
And that one leaves an
Richie,
ugly
require
looking 133.
170.
Nobody likes that finish. But earlier on today, someone did leave it. Richie is looking for the bull.
145. Matt, you require
I don't understand why
133.
nobody goes treble 19 first here. Well, Matthew, you are the scholar and you're teaching everybody.
45.
Because 57 leaves
Richie
76,
require
so you can have
25.
double-double after that. It's the best way to go. Double 8.
Game shown the sick flag.
Great
Richie
fighting
Burnett.
spirit from Richie Burnett as we get another 17 darter. And a very typical day where a lot of things and a lot of games have been close. This one is no different. As we go into leg 7, the final leg of
7th
Thursday's
and final
daytime
leg, it's
session.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
I think Richie's in a little bit of discomfort in the back there. And he's going to feel the pain of that 180. I said earlier that Matt Dennant does have a likelihood of hitting maximums. He's hit 3 of them in this match.
140.
Ooh, that's a great 140. And a 5.8 on the dismount.
140.
He is making this leg very, very hard for Richie. He's putting it out of reach.
60.
That's just good play. And Matt's dicing with death going into that exclusion zone quite soon. I know he likes to play quick. What a leg from Dennant. In your last leg of the day, you've only got 2 points. You've lost 2 matches because you've mismatched darts. And you put up 41 after 9 in the last leg decider.
41.
That takes guts. Double 16.
25.
And he's missed more match darts. I hope for Matt's sake that history is not repeated again. He's under pressure now. Oh boy.
180.
The last 180 of the
Matt,
day.
you require 16.
Double 4.
Game
He's
shot
found
down
it
the match.
on match
Matt
dart
Dennant.
number 4. And I really do think that Matt Dennant deserved that, considering a couple of the matches that he lost today. He was put under pressure in the end, but that was an excellent game. Look at the maximums. 3 each, so he got 6 to finish match 15. A really, really good game. But Matthew Dennant equalises Richie Burnett on 4 points going into Friday's session. Don't forget that we do have a session tonight with Group B beginning with 5 players, including both of the Monks. So don't miss that tonight. Enjoy the Premier League tonight. I will be back from 10 o'clock British time and I will bring you Group B. So I'm signing up for now, but for the rest of Thursday, enjoy. I'll see you in a few hours.